All right, folks. Well, we are clip virgin. We got a good one tonight. I got a lot of trimming to do in the editing bay. A lot of trimming to do. But thank you so much for joining us and bearing through those soul replenishing moments there. And let's get right to it, folks. Kurt Metzger's got a hot one here with Burbs Bros, and he's on his 80th one. He's popping them out. Where are we at, folks? We're at 76. And just want to thank you for liking and subscribing. You wouldn't believe the reports that we're getting back through analytics. They are saying, whoa, what a community you must have with those 40-minute average minutes that people are staying. 40 minutes, folks. That's the kind of community that we have. So stick around, leave us in the background as we create this beautiful digital and auditory landscape for you, and you can even go to sleep to it. Okay, we won't disturb your slumber, but in the meantime, we will abrir los ojos and have a little fun. So thank you for joining. And one look here, and it looks like it should be the Beard Bros. Okay, now see if I can get a little zoom here. What's happening here? You gotta, again, that's why you don't cut. You gotta cut it all and just let it go. All right, let it grow, and you start. Don't get me started. Here we go. I'm losing my audience. Let's just get to it, folks. Wow.
Welcome, everybody, to Burbs Bros. I am so excited about our guest today. We've talked about him on the show a lot. He's one of the best comics in the fucking country, and he's a good buddy.
Okay, so these are some Baker Bros, too. Okay, so we're in good company. No shade, but you got some sacred geometry coming out of your face, bro. Okay, you got to tame the esoteric Egyptian geometry. What are you doing? What is happening? Does he have is he an accelerationist? Is he doing implants? That looks like either some kind of blade, or he's got a nose coming out of the side of his cheek. That must be some kind of new, Wolverine kind of thing. You got to like trim it like a chia pet. All right, here we go. No shame in his game. Got a gray head of hair too. Look at that. And Metzger, he's gone beyond being jealous of people and their hair. Okay, he's accepted, and then presents himself. And I love this. Okay, I love all the hats he wears. The whole thing is great. So keep it up, Metzger. It's a lot of fun.
Of mine, Kurt Metzger. I don't know why I still yell like I'm emceeing at Foxwoods, but thank you for doing the show.
It's called performing, man. Put on a show. Not everyone needs to hear a conversation between friends. Okay, not every single podcast needs to be a conversation among friends. You could actually perform a bit, resonate, develop a thread that we can latch onto. It's a lot of fun. So I don't need this kind of low level kind of thing where it's just the bros hanging. But elevate.
Sir.
Goddamn! Hold on. Shit.
All right. So now he wants to text him. Hey, he doesn't see that. I mean, you should be able to see yourself in the monitor, and you're not seeing that you got something happening there. So that might be him. Okay, I'm new to the show, but Metzger already left. Okay, much like my audience during my rap session, they're just like, oh shit, no, no. They're like,
oh fuck everybody, we been gone.
You know, they're like, no.
In the show.
Oh
sir.
god, it's so good.
Oh goddamn! Hold on. Shit.
What happened?
And the whole thing's falling.
Hello?
And there it goes. He had to get his food.
All right.
Oh, his pipe. Yeah, get his pipe.
Okay, shut it up. Go ahead, do it again.
Let's do. Yeah, I got to do the intro over again, guys. We had a false start on the intro. He's one of the best comics in the country, and he's one of my good buddies, Kurt Metzger. Everybody, back by not even back, first time by popular demand. So thank you.
I've never been on the show.
You've never been on the show, but thank you. You're probably our most requested guest. Because of the, you or Bob Lazar. So both comedic giants.
I want to talk to Lazar. Yeah, Rick Overton knows him. I bet I could talk to him if I wanted.
Yeah, he'll tell. He's kind of doing a victory lap lately. He's like going to all these conferences. And just kind of walking out and
mic dropping.
Getting all this love.
There's some big major piece missing of all that. Because you saw the Trump tweeted like. I'm gonna release the files due to huge interest in aliens. Oh, is that what it was? The interest had built up so much.
If you ufologists had just kids earlier on, we probably could have gotten this a little faster.
Yeah, well, it is a study of space. I feel at the end of the day, because it's always some weird sex thing.
Well, what's the William Barr's dad thing, right?
His book? You mean his books?
Dad, Donald Barr. We were actually talking about
space relations.
Space relations, and it is very bizarre because, to your point, there's like a thin line between is this abduction research or is just or is it both? Can it be both?
I don't know. It sounds like SpaceX tourism every time I hear it described, because you have to figure out how. One, I guess these things live real long in the lore, right? And so, kind of like how people thought Twilight was okay, but it was not okay, because that guy was 200 years old going to high school.
Yeah, that was too much.
He's like,
okay, that's some
sitting at the table with his fingers like.
And so, these things, I mean, it's like a cross between PDF fileism and like bestiality for them to be dicking around with your gonads,
Do you now? I mean, we're going to get to it, but I guess we'll just start off with it now. What do you think about this whole UAP UFOs? Do you think this is just kind of a psyop for some sort of government program they're working out?
It is the government program.
It seems like it's a government program. Like, it seems like there's some at least tacit.
Look, if people will go, hey, this is just a psyop. I'm like, why do you keep saying just one end?
Right, that's true.
Why?
I never heard that.
People say like, oh, it's another one of those psyops they do. Does anybody think that's crazy that they do psyops on you? And that, like, so instead of assuming it's and I don't know what it is, I'm not saying it's fucking UFOs or whatever, but in lieu of knowing this, we just got to assume the government's doing some kind of weird thing to us, and that's fine. That's worse. That's a worse thing than if it's spacemen coming to see me.
Well, it's like I remember you were I think you talked about this on Rogan, or maybe it was Dore, but it was about the guy with the tinfoil hat and it being a real thing, and now we laugh about it. And to your point, because you've kind of really got
mutilated. Yeah, Andy Hunt's channel, Control All History. That's where I found that.
That's amazing. I mean, it's become, they make it a joke, and then the joke becomes the lore, not knowing that the joke was real. Which, to your point,
that's sci-fi novel.
That's like an occult trick. That is, because I remember one thing you said to me is like the key to understanding all this is that the entire world is run on gay Harry Potter shit.
I was paraphrasing.
Can you explain to our audience what that means? Do you still believe that? And can you explain to our audience what that means?
Well, I mean, it's I would say GEH gay more, although it is also the other kind. But it's just real bad like magic shit. I don't know, like people believe in it.
And will there ever be another Harry Potter kind of epic kind of thing? Like Dune's probably the last film that will have younger kids in it. Hunger Games, that kind of thing. As a matter of fact, I don't want any more of that shit. Can we please? And if you're gonna do a remake, just put some new people in there. Okay, the lady from Buffy the Vampire, she doesn't need to be the main character. Okay, like whatever happened to the 30-year-olds? Where are the 30-year-old actors? They're either infants or older rebooters. But Harry Potter, Harry Potter, that right there was an MK Ultra, thing. That was basically another type of Disney kid, Mickey Mouse Club. And imagine the crew, there, it's like, it's too many kids. What are people doing to hang out with kids, first of all? And second of all, why are kids, telling us stories, okay? It just shows these people's interests, okay? I never wonder what kids are thinking at all. Yeah. Now, Jesus says, don't despise the children, or whatever, and probably means quit sacrificing them, you crazies. And then when they rewrote the Bible, or, not rewrote, they interpreted the Bible, or the translated it, they probably just switched it to, Jesus was probably saying, quit sacrificing children, you crazies. And then when they're translated, they're like, do not forsake. So let's quit filming kids in movies. Let's have some adult films. Not that kind of, but films with adults in it, folks. Okay. I guess they're too busy living in reality.
And they do it, and there's people that got the real astrology that you don't get to see.
Yeah.
And there's people that got and in fact, if you go look into it, and you'll see it pop up on a lot of podcasts, that Hamilton Pharmacopoeia said it on Danny Jones' show. We gave out fake astrology computers to world leaders, or CIA did, back in the 60s. Everybody chuckles about it, but all these leaders do it. Hillary Clinton would go talk to Eleanor Roosevelt in a fucking seance. That's just like news.
It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing.
So they're all doing that, okay? And there's a guy that Duncan's had on, and I forget his dumb name. It's like shit.
Yes, exactly, Shai. And to have normal looking adults, Ozempic free, it'd be great if they're vax free as well, because they start looking strange. Sorry, guys. You guys are looking weird. All right. And preferably if they didn't live in LA, because it does something to people. They start looking anemic, old, dehydrated. You guys need to drink water, folks. Okay. Or get out of that smog. I'm tired of seeing dehydrated people on my screen. So there are other states out here that have people, and I know it's gonna take a little bit of time to search for someone, but no one looks good in LA, and that's how it's designed like that. Okay, it's designed like so they can tell who is new, and then they snatch them up. They're like, oh my God, someone with some turgor. Get them. Fresh fish. And, so go find people, normal looking people. And enough with these tweens, okay? They're trying to create like a long-term bond with the audience and the people, the actors and the characters, just like brands. If your mother used, or your grandmother used Crest toothpaste, your mother probably did too, and you probably that whole thing. So, but the internet has happened. Okay, so we can kind of navigate those waters on our own. And so they're using old mythology or old methods on us with new wineskins, and it ain't working. It is the meth. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, exactly. So, change up the drugs too. All the shows suck. Okay. The people that are all these K-hold people disassociating and having these weird images. I'm not into it. Okay. I like to travel. So take me on a journey, not some kind of dystopian digital landscape. But here we are on this digital landscape. Join me as we go on this digital landscape.
But he's like
that's right.
He talks about it openly. He talks about the history of America like that, but he's not being negative about it. He thinks it's great. And I think he became a full-blown Satanist too, and that's what he says. He's like an actual Satanist. So
I just
he
don't
sounds cool as shit, but he's not.
In general, I just don't understand how at this point anyone, first off, it's a conspiracy realist at this point. Like, how are you, like, anyone who's a neoliberal or
I just have wild speculations. I have no testable information.
But like Lindsey Graham and Hillary,
he's a homo. Can you prove it?
Yeah, I think he may be.
It's like if Lindsey's gay, and then this was Charlie from South by I was talking to, and it's just so funny watching people's brains shut down at like this moronic level of, first of all, the pandemic, that whole scam that Bill Gates consulted with Epstein about how to lock you down and fuck you up and
I saw that. Yeah, that was maybe that wasn't the most shocking thing, but it may have been the most disheartening thing in there.
Well, I already knew the whole thing was bullshit because we covered it for 3 years. It was always not good for you. Anyway, I'm telling this to Charlie. He's like, well, I don't think so. I'm like, well, have you looked at it? No. Hasn't looked at it. Doesn't care to. And then he's like, well, you can't prove it.
Right, and then they're so quick to negate everything you say, even though you've done all the research and you've looked into it, and then they're just like, nah, that's bullshit. Now they're like, oh, okay, so what kind of research have you done? Well, I haven't looked into it. Well, then how do you know? This just sounds like craziness. Oh, does it? Step aside. Allow us to do the driving here. Wow. Has that ever happened to you guys? Is that just me? Okay. I'm like, what? Well, as much as you really don't get to have much of an opinion about this because you haven't looked into it, you also, it doesn't mean that you're right either. But I go out there. I'm thinking Jamie Foxx is a clone, allegedly. And maybe he's got something to do with it. Ellen DeGeneres, they're on this. They do the same shows. Jimmy Foxx and Jim Carrey were in living color together. Metzger, one day, we are going to be on a show together. And I'm going to swap you out with a double. With me. I got to wear stilts because I'm only 4'3". Metzger is 6'3", saying he's 6'4". All right, that's a tall drink of water. And but I know one day through the power of Logos, I will be 4'5". Okay, I saw it in a vision. I wrote it down, and I know through the power of Logos, I can make those 2 more inches. I can do it. But here we are.
Would you like to look at the thing where you can prove it? No? Why are you doing this?
I noticed they're doing this. Like somebody on the street, I just saw like an Instagram video, but they confronted Dave Portnoy. They asked him about the Epstein files.
Rabbi Portnoy?
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, the Epstein files. Oh, you mean like the moon landing? Did that not happen?" Like he like try. First off,
what does that mean?
It made up. The point is,
oh, here it starts. Okay, it's this. They're gonna gaslight you. They're gonna try to even defend PDF files and like what? That's so weird. You guys are so into this. It's kind of creepy, you know. Oh, which by the way, I can't get into it. That last thing that happened and everything that was revealed from that, without even looking into the stuff, I got PTSD from that craziness. And that's what they're trying to get you to get, to create. They're trying to create mass trauma so that you're in fear or confused, and then you're more easily susceptible to programming. And that's why we got to have fun. Okay. We got to, they're trying to get us to react. They want our loosh. Okay. We need to maintain and, cultivate, breathe into it. Okay. We got to breathe. They're trying to get us to cover our mouths, cover our eyes. Never cover your eyes, folks.
is he was trying to group every crazy conspiracy.
Wait. The Epstein files. Say what he said exactly. I don't understand.
I'm not going to be able to do it verbatim, but it was essentially somebody on the street asked him about the Epstein files, and he brought up the moon landing, like, oh, all these are just crazy ideas.
But is he associating it with, thinking we went to the moon is crazy, or thinking we didn't go is crazy? What is he saying about the Epstein files?
Thinking we didn't go to the moon is crazy. Like, it's very...
Okay.
He's saying that, you're just going to believe everything in the Epstein file? Okay, yeah. Let me guess. We didn't land on the moon too, huh? So they're trying to make the Epstein files and the investigation into it and looking into it like you're weird and crazy and conspiratorial to even view, or to not view, but like to know what's in the files. You don't have to really even do much research. Just like Metzger says about Charlie Kirk's assassination, we didn't get a choice to not see that. Okay, we had to see that. And as you know, with MK Ultra, one of the main things is that they have to induce trauma. So if you're constantly living in fear, if you have this anxiety, and then it's divided, and then everyone then reacts, they project all of their unchecked emotions onto the other, and there's dehumanization that happens. You start to fight, and then they're just like, there you go. And moving on to the next one, okay? Now that they have everyone fighting over that, they'll just get ready for the next. So that's why, we can't react. We got to strategize. Okay? If you react, it's much like if you have a really big idea. Okay? If you got a really good idea about something and it's going to take some time to develop, and The second you start telling people about it, and even if it's good feedback, and they're like, wow, that's a good idea. Yeah, you should do that. Even if it's positive feedback, and almost especially if it's positive feedback, you get that dopamine hit, and your mind doesn't know the difference of whether you've started working towards it or not. And so it acts as if you have already, and then you lose the momentum to actually do the initial steps into doing this idea. So that's why if you have an idea, don't say anything, okay? Just start taking the steps and do the thing, and allow the outcome and the result of it to be something that people can talk about, okay? Don't have people talk about your ideas, okay? But here we are.
Okay, so that's fair enough, but what is he saying about the Epstein files, that they don't exist?
He thinks that he's like, oh yeah, the Epstein, everything is controlled. They all control. Like he's trying to, he's gaslighting us. He's saying like that's a crazy thing to say.
I think he's a genuine bitch.
It's saying the crazy thing. It's saying.
I think he's a genuine, like trauma-based mind control bitch by his Bubby and Zadie, because the way he went nuts because somebody called him Rabbi Portnoy, because he's some rich jerk off. I mean, he's like, they came to like smear him because he did, he's one of those BDSM dudes.
Yeah,
he did consensual shit with it, but you still like kind of you see he's like a douchebag, like dominator guy. So the video of him, he's like, what, Kurt? You think so? He loses all rationality.
Yeah.
And that guy, look, when you think you could do whatever.
That's exactly what I thought of. Who was that? Who was that comedian that we covered last night? Oh my God, that Mark guy from Boston or something. Oh, can't stand him. Take a look at our last stream. I got a doozy in that one. Okay, I got a doozy. My full reptilian nature came out in that one. I did not like that guy. I'll figure it out.
Then you got to be that guy all day. You can't switch it up now because you think it's extra bad because it's one of your fellow Lithuanians being talked about. Like, that's horseshit. So now, like, some people, I think they're intentional bad. Like, I'm not calling him good or bad actor. I think he doesn't even know what he's in.
Well, you bring up Monarch a lot, and Monarch was kind of the parent of MK Ultra.
No,
or did it?
Ultra's the one they talk about. Monarch's the one no one talks about.
But his Monarch came before Ultra?
No, after. Monarch's in the 90s, dude. No, Monarch's when we get Kanye.
Monarch was like where I thought it was before that. I did not know that. So
no. It was before that. It was I want to say set 1970.
Yeah.
Okay, so the comedian I was talking about from New York was John Marco. That guy. Yeah, that's right. I announced it again, Johnny boy. I got my eyes on you, boy. Okay? And I don't like what I see. That's a petty princess right there, if I've ever seen one in my life. John Marco. So we'll be doing some videos on old John Marco.
Yeah.
When did Stepford Wives come out? If you get Bryce
it was around
Taylor's,
that time.
Yeah, if you get the Bryce Taylor book and she talks about how Henry Kissinger loved that movie, The Stepford Wives, and they'll call you a bioprogrammable human robotoid. That was their term for people. Because robot just means worker. So a bioprogrammable human worker. That's what. And I just have Mark Passio on my podcast. That's the big inner secret of Satanism, is that human nature is not good or bad. It is programmability. So epigenetics. So that means environment. You can program people with their environment 100%. It doesn't work perfectly.
These guys really believe in eugenics for It seems like for believing nature versus nurture, it seems like those things kind of.
He also said they believe in it he was in the LaVey Church. And he's like, they're big into eugenics. So it's always Nazi shit, but that predates Nazis.
Yeah, and we took a look at the eugenics that was happening within the Epstein files. Take a look at our previous stream that we did, with the Epstein baby farms, and let me take a look here too. There was a good one with Hidden America, I believe. He did a good with Peter Thiel and eugenics and Epstein. I mean, they're trying to create and clone people, and then they use skin grafts for cloning. They use breeders as incubators. And they extract their adrenochrome kind of stuff. They wear, this basically scalp them and wear their faces and torment them. It's the sickest thing that you could think of. And it's wild stuff.
Eugenics. That's from America.
Yeah, that's old as apple pie. Old as apple pie.
Dude, the Rockefellers, who were the biggest scumbag family that ever fucking lived.
Who are in your
cloning is not real. Well, they might not clone a person, and they might have. There, decades ago, they talked about cloning, and it only takes a couple years to grow one, I think, or something like that. There's definitely stuff out there with it. And if they haven't cloned a full person, they use DNA. They'll take someone's DNA and the skin graft, and then splice that up and use it to grow organs or grow skin to help, or use the material to then help make their masks. And there's definitely doppelgangers, people who have trained to wear the mask and step in for someone. And I guarantee you they had a lot of funding and scientific research, but with cloning in mind. So if they hadn't done it, they are in that going down that lane for sure. But yeah, people think that it's not real, and some people do.
Mind who were the 12? They always say like the 12 families, but I think it's.
I wouldn't get to meet them. First of all, not only would I not get to meet them, but there's people like, dude, there's all kind of shit. It's not like it's a majority. It's a lot of people are involved in it, but it's a minority of the population. But back in the 60s, if you watch Jay Parker talk about it, his mother.
Okay, so you still need an egg and sperm. Okay, now there's already been proof that there's people that were on the island that were their only intention, besides getting abused, was to also be incubators, to be breeders. And Epstein there's reports that say that he had 20. He was trying to impregnate 20 at a time. And we know that Elon Musk has these NDAs with these women to give birth to a child of his, and then he'll take care of them if you take care of the child. And it's, you know, it's for sure the first steps of the designer babies. You know, the Cas9 gene editing technology. And so they'll use, you know, their seed, their egg, and they'll even probably splice it up too. Could be a lot of different things.
And he's talking about the Illuminati in the 60s, and he goes, back then, because now I think it's for black people. Like, it's like a Jay-Z fucking Ciroc now, the Illuminati, you know? It grew out of Skull and Bones.
The names always change. It's like, you know, it's not called, like, even though there are the Masons isn't talked about as much, even though it becomes something else.
Because those names don't matter as much, but when Jay Parker's back in the 60s,
we'll
like,
check
listen,
out
all the people
Thomas,
in the Illuminati, we're going to feed them
Cohen.
the vaccines and stuff as well. They were talking about giving you poison in the 60s, according to him. I believe it. His mom was the programmer of John DuPont, the one that shot that wrestler. They made a movie.
Yeah.
His family wanted to take his inheritance away from him, and that's how they did it. And they implanted a thing just like Saran. This is according to Jay now. I believe every word he's saying. I have no doubt about it. I don't think it's fantastical at all.
You don't think the DuPont son went DuPont? DuPont son didn't just go.
I don't think that, no.
You think it was like some sort of MK Ultra?
Well, but look, it's not. It's kind of like limiting the scope of what it is. These old like families, you know, they're like generationally have been doing crazy shit to their kids to toughen them up. And I don't want to be like, without being fantastic, of mundane shit you just know about. Yeah. Of friends that went to a boarding school and they did stuff to their butt, right?
Yeah.
That's like an old joke, dude, to go to eat. Brian Callen's directing my pilot I sold down here.
Yeah.
It's so funny Brian's such a good actor, dude, and he's so good at directing.
Wait. What? Brian Callen's doing what?
Yeah. That's like an old joke, dude, to go to eat. Brian Callen's directing my pilot I sold down here.
Yeah.
It's so funny Brian's such a good actor, dude, and he's so good at directing actors, okay? And I didn't realize the characters I wrote in this thing are just like based on people I know, 100%. But I wasn't thinking too much about it.
Did you write a character about me?
100% wrote.
Clip Virgin?
Like, not specific people, like I know 2 or 3 of the same thing, where, you know, you went to good schools and you were around powerful people, so you naturally assume that, well, before I make an accusation against, you know, people that the authority, I better have really like court style evidence. Now, they don't have to have that from me. They could have a mere.
Ooh, Jay Parker's mom was DuPont's psychiatrist. He said he could hypnotize someone in seconds. Now, when they hypnotize these Manchurian candidates, these MK Ultra assassins, okay, they also will do a like once they completed the task, they'll also do something where they will make it so that they'll also self-delete. Okay? They'll off themselves afterwards. And it's wild. It is wild, folks. Now, how can one tell if one is susceptible to hypnosis, you know? Well, there's a few factors. And one of those is if your eyelids flutter when you look up, and another is a little something like this. Okay. That's Jeff Dye, folks. With his eyes rolled up in the back of his head. Basically self-hypnotizing. So people that do this and that can easily do that, get them. Get them. Get them to get your groceries for you. They'll do it, even do some laundry, and they won't even remember. Jeff Dye, folks.
Your suspicion and just go in my house and do whatever they want to me. But unless I got like really legal proof that would work in court, I just assume forces of nature run the world and not the people I know personally. Okay, that's how their brains are set up.
And it's weird. It's like it's the name form of like it's a magic word.
Wow. Okay, so she had a spinning device. She would hold up like a fan or oh my god, man. Oh, and Jay Parker has a show now. Wow. So he escaped all that. Man, that's wild.
You know, that's what every almost legal treatise is, you know.
If you're afraid of your super powerful dad or mom, okay, and you're afraid of them in a way that is so profound that it's like they go like old jokes about your dad being Darth Vader when you're a kid and then you get older. I can't remember whose joke that was, but it's like an old bit.
Remember we looked yesterday at Jamie Foxx about possibly being a clone, and there's a video of him, talking about how difficult it is to talk to teenagers, and he's like, yeah, my daughter, she's just like, yeah, and he's like, come on, what's up? I'm your father, Jamie Foxx, and it sounded so weird when he said it, because he said, it's me, your father, Jamie Foxx. Now, if you were speaking to your teenage daughter, you wouldn't be trying to convince her of something. As a matter of fact, she might be like, who is this guy? Okay? It's me, Jamie Foxx, your father. That should just be assumed, so you just say, it's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. You don't have to say it's your dad, okay? You're like, come on, talk to me. It's me. But he's saying, sometimes you have to be like, hon, come on. You can talk to me. It's me. I'm your father, But he's like, it's me, your father, Jamie Foxx. Clone or body double. Yeah, see, now I think that this is where, you get a body double wearing a mask kind of thing. And much like those odd photos that were occurring with Puff Daddy, right when they started indicting him, or whatever the process was, there was photos that were coming out that made him look really, or that were looking really strange. So I think what ends up happening is that they have these body doubles step in when they're getting prosecuted and they're being sentenced, and then they just, once they're locked up, they end up like walking out. So, and then the real person goes in hiding. But I also think too that they kidnap you. They put you in some kind of weird Shutter Island, old institution kind of building in some island, and you live out the rest of your days and no one knows you're missing. No one grieves your death. No one's looking for you because they think you're still there. Because your double is walking around and doing photo ops. But then, yeah, what happens with the family? You know, so I don't know. Don't know. But it's fun to think about. But I mean, it's wild to think about.
So, it kind of fades away, that feeling, but not if, let's say I did some crazy things to you as a kid that are like unspeakable, and it's such a young, from ages 1 until 7, I did just horrendous shit that was so bad. You don't even remember it, dude. You split off into a whole other section of your brain that handles that shit, because when kids don't have that brainwave of discerning reality without mommy and daddy, it's the skies. That's why they have to use kids for things, because there's potential is like the sky's the limit.
They're
so
malleable.
So at 7, they'll go, do you want to be in the... So this is a Jay Parker story, but I've heard this repeatedly. I heard Anarchy Lucas talk about it. A lot of people have a thing where the cult...
Now, okay, yeah, there was a meteor. You guys hear about the thing that hit? Where did it hit? Apparently there was a meteor that hit the United States. A meteor. I'm sure it wasn't missiles. Cleveland, maybe? Okay. Wild things are happening. Wild things are happening.
They're in goes, well, now you have to make a choice. You want to stay in this? So it'd be like when I was a Jehovah's Witness and I got baptized like at a relatively young age. I was like, say, 17 or something. They'll do it like really young. And this is after you've been absolutely hollowed out with the stuff that I like. If I bring it up, it'll just like make me
speaking in tongues
to talk about how bad it is. It's just Dario Argento style awful shit to see.
Yeah,
you know that. Yeah, Italian giallo kind of gross.
Yeah, like 100 Days of Sodom on steroids sort of thing.
Yeah, then your daughter goes on and blah blah me too, but then she has some underage kid who's blackmailing her, and then anyway, these people suck. And so once you've had that done to you at a young age, some people don't ever recover for that. If you go look at Leonardo DiCaprio's dad, okay,
I don't know anything about Leonardo DiCaprio's dad.
Yeah, no one does.
I didn't either. And maybe I still don't, but in J.R. Sweet's book, where he talks about Gail, and this guy, Gail Pooley, his uncle, he talks about, this is really like upsetting. I didn't realize, because you read about this horrible shit, dude, and
yeah,
you're like, and I didn't think the guy was around, but his uncle, Gail Pooley, is around.
Well, in the Epstein files, it says that he has consumed a lot of human flesh, apparently. That he is a full-fledged cannibal, according to what people are finding out in the Epstein files. And I've been saying for a while that something happened with Jonah Hill when he did the Wolf of Wall Street, and then that baseball movie with Brad Pitt. Something happened to him, and he then hosted Saturday Night Live afterwards, after the Wolf of Wall Street, and you could tell that he was just like, kind of like always looking over his shoulder. Even Leonardo DiCaprio played that prank on him where Jonah Hill was walking in the streets of New York, and then he ran up on Jonah Hill and he was like, whoa, oh, like this. And so there were some kind of mental games that were happening between Leonardo DiCaprio and Jonah Hill. And then Jonah Hill hosted Saturday Night Live after doing the movie. And you could tell that there was something strange happening with him, and for a while, for a couple months there, when he was doing his promotion tour, and he then addressed it on Saturday Night Live, saying, "Yeah, it's just, being a Martin Scorsese film with Leonardo DiCaprio, it's a dream come true, and I just can't believe it's happening." And then Leonardo DiCaprio walked out on stage, and everyone's like, "What?" And if you know anything about Leonardo DiCaprio, he doesn't do TV. He doesn't want to be viewed on a small screen. He wants to preserve the movie star persona, or let's not even say a persona, but just the movie star mystique and image, so that people will still go to the movie theaters to see his films, and not diminish. It's a very old Hollywood kind of way of things, and I agree with some of it. I agree with more of it than not. But there he was on Saturday Night Live with Jonah Hill, and you gave him a hug or something. He's just like, "Just relax, man, relax. I told you, things were going to be, things are going to be fine." So take a look at that. Well, they did a Hollywood round table, and Jonah Hill, maybe we can pull this up. Him talking about how he got Moneyball. That was the other one too. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't let's see here. Okay, so maybe it wasn't Hollywood Roundtable, maybe Vanity Fair. But he discusses how he got the job, and he said that he met Martin Scorsese at a hotel, in a hotel room, with Leonardo DiCaprio, and then they discussed the film. And now, granted, they do that, but maybe something happened. Maybe they did some kind of ritual to allow him to be part of the inner circle. Something to look into.
He's good friends with Jordan Peterson. And Jordan Peterson, I was like, holy, when I saw what the guy looked like, it was so weird. He looked like such a bald administrator of a guy, and such like a bland, you'd never think anything bad about him unless his nephew had written a long book about how fucked up he is and how he worked for the CIA. I assume CIA about these think tank people, a lot of them. But this guy, some viewer on my show commented about him he wrote a book called Super Abundance. He's a LDS. He's a Mormon.
Yeah.
And
do you think? I mean, is it you? It does seem like we get caught up in the names of the intelligence services, because it's almost sometimes hard to see where MI6, where Mossad, where the CIA.
Yeah, because they all work for the same
French
people.
Foreign Legion. Yeah, where it ends and where does it begin?
There's the wet. Look, they're showing you on maps. Their dream maps. They're showing you. Or before, they wanted Belgium to be like the capital of the New World Order, but now it's probably going to be Jerusalem. Everybody's fighting for the New World Order. That's why we're always going to be at war. We've always been at war with them.
Do you think, I mean, like besides the obvious, it's an oil-rich region.
Dude, oil's not even fucking scarce.
Well, that's my point. It's that. Do you think that there's something to those rumors? I mean, like Candace Owens talks about the birthplace of Gilgamesh, and that's one of the reasons they wanted to.
So as far as I know,
create a Babylon or whatever.
Yeah, well, as far as I know,
Babylon. I'm a window. All I see is Babylon.
It's a FOIA, and I didn't understand it when I first saw it a while ago. But
yeah,
people make FOIA requests, and Hillary made a FOIA request about Gilgamesh. So it took me a long time to put together.
See, now I think this is why I'm not really into the movies that are coming out now. Dune seems like it's going to be a good one. Hopefully, the Odyssey will be good. Even though I'm really thinking that the things that go on set at Christopher Nolan films might be a little strange. With the kind of people that he always has in his films. Something must be going on. Something must be going on. But I think the reason why I'm not really liking a lot of the films because it's not. The films now is basically like watching the news, like watching a TV show. It's just kind of basic, kind of. Reality is more entertaining and more engaging than a lot of the films are, and that's why a lot of the films are more propaganda. Now. If they start doing more epics, like the Ten Commandments, or Gilgamesh, Nephilim, Anunnaki, like maybe redo what's that? Gateway or Stargate, a blend of the sci-fi and the Egyptian and the Tartarian and the Outer Lands. These kind of things I think would be more engaging. But everything that they're doing right now, it just seems like you're watching just a TV show. And it's because TV shows had gotten, there was a point where they were really good. Now it's waning, and they're dumbing everything down so that you can do multiple things at once while you have the TV, while you have Netflix going. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. Insulting our intelligence. And although apparently Gen Z is struggling. Apparently Gen Z's intelligence is struggling. So we need to strike while the iron's hot and start punching down. You're next, Gen Z. We're coming after you.
I remember seeing the thing, and I'm like, wait, what? Somebody just looked up Hillary and Gilgamesh, so what? But I think it's her FOIA request. Also, all these people are in like these weirdo lodges. Somebody just sent something to me yesterday that I don't know if it's real. I sent it to Mike Malice because I'm like, dude, I want you to tell me that this is not real, what I saw. But it was really.
Metzger hates the lodges. Anyone that wants to network and have a have some brethren, he doesn't like that. He wants you to be all by yourself. No, those lodgers are some beer bros. They like to have some beer and get in some fights like Gavin McInnes. Wear some rings again. Pop someone in the face.
Related to those Hillary emails from Pizzagate's fucking real, first of all.
I wanted to I found Alphonsus's old Instagram, and anybody can find it. You guys can go go online and find
You know what
it.
his name
but
means,
tell me
right?
it's fucking normal.
You know his fake name, what it means?
Oh God.
No.
It means I love little babies.
Who's?
And there was word out around about him, but dude, I messaged Gutfeld about this.
What is he doing, dude? Oh my God. You can't take us to the bathroom with you. Okay? We'll play Shabbat like a goy while you Shabbat in the toilet. What's happening? Now what name was he talking about? This house tour is cringe. I don't want to see people's homes, okay? I barely want to see you. I just want the knowledge.
And anybody can find it. You guys can go online and find it.
You know what his name means, right?
All right.
I wanted to. I found Alphonsus' old Instagram, and anybody can find it. You guys can go online and find it.
You know what his name means, right?
It's fucking normal.
You know his fake name, what it means?
No.
It means I love little babies. And there was word out around about him, but dude, I messaged Gutfeld about this.
Yeah.
Because I heard an old recording of Andrew Breitbart and him. I never followed Breitbart back then. I thought he's like a fat-headed looking dipshit.
Yeah.
But apparently,
okay, Metzger.
Breitbart tweeted before it was bad to tweet conspiracies. You know how they act like that's a crime. You know, I'll make up any conspiracy thing and speculate so freely. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Why should I not do that? If you're lying to me, I think I'm free to fucking speculate to my heart's content. That's what I think.
I mean, at this point, someone would argue you don't have to pay taxes anymore. The way they're lying.
I would never say some crazy ass shit like that, and I disavow it.
Allegedly, no, I actually,
I would never say no shit like that. Anyway,
I will be. I have been, unfortunately.
I forgot what I was talking about now.
Yeah, you interrupted him, man. You gotta let Kurt cook. Why don't you trim that horn? What's that horn on your cheek? Tap it down or something. Folks, please, if you got beards, don't be trimming, okay? Let it grow, then shave it. Shave it once you start getting kicked out of the other grocery store. They might think that you're a homeless guy. That's usually the time you gotta shave it. When you can't rent a car any longer. And grow it back. Now I said, if you see me with a shaven beard, just know they got me, okay? That's not me, that's a double. Just like Jim Carrey said. He said, he grew his beard out so that you would know who the real person is. As a matter of fact, Jamie Foxx, on the Jamie Foxx show, had a scene with him talking about him being replaced by a clone back in the 90s.
What were we just talking about?
We were talking about
the guy
we had moved on of the FOIA request of Gilgamesh.
No, and the guy's name.
So look, all this shit is I get if you go on the Gary Wayne episode of my show and just watch Gary Wayne in general.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna have the other dude on R.A. something Italian. I'm forgetting, but he's like a Strega blood. And,
Giuseppe Rigatoni. Yeah.
R.A. Rigatoni.
R.A. Rigatoni.
I'm gonna have him on, and anyhow, what's great about Gary Wayne is you never see this. A guy who's like a Bible guy, who's like a really Christian Bible guy, right? But he's all about, and he tells you up front, but the dude's research is all syncretism. So I had him on, he explained, he's like, so I was looking at this and I'm like, well, now I got to study all the Hindu stuff now, and I got to study all this. And
it's fun. Through. Do it.
And he does what I'll do, which is but he did this over like 20 years.
Study the different religions, study the different philosophies, understand psychology, learn, astronomy and astrology and astrophysics and physics. Learn all that. It's fun. Get quantum with it.
Or so. Because he just went down like a rabbit hole. It's really more of a duck vagina than a rabbit hole. A lot of fake twists and turns.
Some consider it a delicacy.
You got to use your corkscrew duck penis and go come what. Anyway,
that's actually how the coroner described Epstein's penis. That's how we know it was a fake body.
It was like an egg shape.
Yeah.
Remember the egg UFO that the guy Jake Barber was lifting off that egg? That was that green.
Yeah, man.
Video?
The egg
cock.
people.
No, it wasn't a TikTok. It was a fucking egg.
Yeah,
he was all bald.
Well, I think that they could go either way, but I wanted to get your opinion on this. What do we think about Prince Andrew? Do you think this is just a fall guy? Do you think he ever sees?
He's not gonna get him. What is gonna happen to him?
I don't know. No, that's my question. What do you?
They let him go already. I think, didn't they?
Well, they let him go. Yeah, I mean, he didn't stay. He didn't stay a night in jail. But
okay, they're not validating. Look. There's nothing in the files that's legally actionable. That's what they blanked out.
Well, this is this is for treason, kind of, because he gave insider information. The same thing they're getting the guy from
to Israel.
No, it was Epstein, but the same thing. I mean, the same thing that they're getting the guy from Parliament on, who was Stammer's Mendelsohn or whatever.
It's all horseshit, dude. The crimes that are describing those files are so beyond the pale that what's going to happen is a bunch of people are going to, I'm going to stay out of this one. So people that were content to go, how could you believe that about all the shit that is now true?
Yeah,
are now going to just not want to talk about it. But some people, I'll bet if you asked Rabbi Portnoy, he'd tell you that they don't even have nukes. There's shit that was common knowledge that now I'll see people go, I never believed Israel had nukes. Why did you not believe it? And so they
Why did you not believe it? Oh, why didn't you sounded very pro-Israel of you, Metzger. Why did you not believe it?
Believed Israel had nukes. Why did you not believe it?
Well, yeah, you need to believe it. Metzger, what's your real last name? Trying to tell people you're German. What is the problem here? It's just you just need to pay attention.
And so they have nukes. We know they do.
Yeah, we've known that forever.
Why should Iran not have them? Because I don't know if you remember when Russia had nukes and we had nukes, we couldn't have the wars that we are starting to have now because we might get. So that seems like it would keep the peace to me, right?
Yeah,
they couldn't just nuke Israel.
Well, I mean, like, people say this all the time. If you're a realist in foreign policy, I mean, Mearsheimer says this all the time, Jeffrey Sachs. But if you're a realist in foreign policy and you look at the countries of North Korea and Libya and you see what happens to the leaders, of course you're going to pick North Korea. Of course you're going to pick the nukes because you're like, well, either that or I'm dragged through the street and I'm sodomized in front of everybody.
Yeah, there wasn't a good advertisement.
And I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it. Just another Tuesday for you?
I don't know, like, America has people like, oh, Russia. I mean, do people think we have more credibility than Russia?
What's that horn?
Do people think that?
I mean, I don't know if people think that anymore. I just think everyone's on their own team now, Like, I really...
No, you never make a treaty with America because we're going to violate it. I mean, I can't think of one we haven't violated.
Well, no, I mean,
what is that?
As far as Venezuela and Iran, the last two foreign conflicts completely prove that. So, like, there's no, I mean, why would you? I mean, like everyone's like the landmark Obama Iranian deal, and I'm like, well, what are you talking about? It was reversed in like a year.
Yeah, right. It's all horse, dude.
Oh, here we go.
This is what people better figure out, and I don't understand why all these pointy head academics didn't figure it out. Because I didn't know, and most people you talk to don't know what this stupid shit is. But they always
gotta get another drink.
The Hegelian dialectic. That's like,
wow, how this guy looks like he's as short as me. Are you 4, 3, 2, 1? Blast off?
Dude, this is what people better figure out. And I don't understand why all these pointy head academics didn't figure it out. Because I didn't know. And most people don't know what this stupid shit is. But they always put you in.
He's barely as tall as the light switch. Look, he's walking by the thermostat right here. Okay, those are set at 5. Those are set up, I think, like 4.8. I know, because I gotta go like this every time. Go. I get it hotter in here. I don't have the ability to regulate my temperature. I'm reptilian. So he's 5'3". How tall are you? We need to know, okay?
The Hegelian dialectic. That's like wizard communism. That's what that fucking fairy Hegel was into. I hate that motherfucker. And I hate
Hegel.
So you worked in wrestling. The dialectic is what Vince McMahon did with wrestling. That's kayfabe. So it's exactly like when you wrote for wrestling. So you got two sides, and then people turn heel and go babyface. That's all. At your level, you're supposed to pretend that you give a shit. Yeah, we gotta beat Russia, and we gotta like a moron. Like one of the. I mean, in New York, I'm sure, and people think they're bright. I know them. Someone went to Harvard and shit. Dan Edelman has the worst takes I've ever heard on everything. And that motherfucker went to Harvard.
I didn't know he went to Harvard. I know he's a Stanford boy. That's all, because I just saw him at the Strip. But I just don't think, I think it makes people very uncomfortable. I think.
Don't do your own research. Listen, that's an unforgivable thing that was said to people.
I agree, but, it also completely fucked with my life, too. I mean, I'm sure it's fucked with you, too. I mean, knowing all this stuff is like.
Oh. Good. I don't want to be. I don't want to know if there's canny running things.
I mean,
just
it really
give him a kid.
is. When that came out, I don't know how everyone's walking around like this is normal. Like, this is not normal.
Because people will not make any decisions on their own. They will look to an authority. So, disclosure.
I can't believe how many people put a dead person's face in their yard. There are so many people that will put the face of a dead black guy or a dead lesbian or a dead old lady. Put the picture and put a sign right in their yard. You are part of a death cult. If you are worshiping dead people, there's really something quite sick about you, because they wouldn't put a poster of their living neighbor. They wouldn't put a picture of promoting their own business, let alone their friend's art adventure. But they would rather put a picture of someone's dead face that they didn't even know. And more likely, that person probably hates that person to begin with. And they're putting their face. It is absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. I don't get it. It's almost as bad as putting, signs of past presidential candidates that never made it. They just leave that ugly face in their yard. Just don't get it. It's a death cult. They like celebrating people who die, and they don't care about the living.
if you need disclosure, if you need Trump to release a bunch of files, by the way, instead of releasing files, just tell us what you know, you fucking fuck. What is this thing where I got to go sift through this bullshit when you probably get a nice summary, asshole? What is this? Do you hate us? So fuck you and your files. You don't need any, but authority. All these dipshits need an authority to tell them what's true. And if they don't recognize you, and particularly crippling, is if you were raised Catholic and you're Irish and shit, and you're from Boston and what have you. Yeah. But Catholics in general, wow, do they teach them to be fucking submissive to authority punks. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. I mean,
oh my God, that's great. Good. Watch this. He basically like glitches out his screen by his EMF energy.
Authority punks. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game.
Submissive to authority punks. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the game. I mean, I still think, I'm not even Catholic. I'm Presbyterian, but my dad was Catholic, and by proxy, I feel like I'm Catholic.
Well, it's a good all-purpose training. And then, listen, anybody who's like, dude, I don't know who the fuck goes to TPUSA.
Yeah,
besides, like, all those NAR...
Like, that whole turning point thing is a massive psyop. Okay, that's not Christianity. That's not Jesus or anything. That's worse than mega churches. Okay, that is worse than a political party. Okay, they're trying to merge the two and manipulate everyone within this religion. Political movement, and it's a complete hijacking, and most of the people involved are military. All right, so it's not genuine. It's not this grassroots thing or something that it's funded by the military. Or I mean, if you followed Charlie Kirk at all, then maybe it was taken over by the military. But TP USA or whatever, Turning Point. Oh my God, that's some of the cringiest stuff. And please, I hope you guys can see that. That's worse than Kenneth Copeland looking psycho, talking to reporters. Not to mention all the trafficking that has occurred through that organization, and the leaked phone call from Erica Kirk to a young female about basically selling her to Epstein. So, and she hugged Trump really tight on that one. Yeah. After that happened, I'm like, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, Trump's part of it, allegedly. So, there's something with it. So,
kind of Protestant churches that
I mean, you may have a shot with Erica. You may have a shot.
No thanks.
Yeah, they want to pass.
I don't want to die from.
And she is about as ugly as they come, folks. Erica Kirk is disgusting. That's the worst kind of woman right there. Every aspect of it. The way she talks, looks, walks, sits. Massive FP. I mean, she's already there, but just living thick. and just a disgusting human being. So the rest of everyone involved in that show and all those people, they look so angry all the time when they're talking. You know, the host of that show just, it's very disturbing. You can tell there's a lot of abuse, psychological, verbal, probably physical abuse, not to mention all the gay shit that's happening. You know, people are, gay for God, apparently. So a lot of that whole era, or that whole arena of Christianity, is just riddled with debauchery. Right up Metzger's alley, apparently. JK.
Yeah, all the fucking supposed Protestant thing. America has nothing. Oh, Christian Zionists. So that's all the Hal Lindsey kind of Christian.
Exactly.
When I was young. Remember Hal Lindsey?
I vaguely remember Hal Lindsey.
The late, great Planet Earth. And every fucking Bible-beaten born again I knew, especially if they were a Marine, loved Hal Lindsey. Because that's what they were indoctrinating.
And that's from the Snow Crab Bible, the Snow Crab Bible.
The Snow Crab Bible, yeah.
The
Schofield Bible. Schofield Reference Bible.
Schofield Bible, yeah.
Yeah, that's from, okay, so that's from like early on, okay, but that's because it's being paid for by like B'nai B'rith, and it's basically taking over somebody else's. Look, you know how the CIA ran Greece? The guy that, what's the movie with Tom Hanks and the dead guy who liked heroin? He had hair like your hair.
Heath Ledger?
No.
Who liked heroin?
Oh,
yeah,
that's cute. You think you have a hair like Heath Ledger? Aw. Man. Isn't ignorance bliss? Hey, just to let you know, you do not have hair like Heath Ledger. Actually, you do kind of. But his first go-to was Heath Ledger, folks. Okay, that's where he went. Now, I don't think of me as movie star imagery. Okay, I barely know myself, folks. Okay, don't get to know thyself. It's a journey that none shall pass. But this guy just has that confidence of someone who's 6'4", thinking that he looks like Heath Ledger. You look like you got a Heath Ledger coming out of the side of your face, brother. Okay, what is this? Is this the Cleveland crater? Did a shard of the meteorite smack you in the cheek? You got a crater in your cheek. No, but who is he thinking of?
That guy that was in
Philip Seymour Hoffman. Yeah. Yes. I know the movie you're talking about. It's it's Charlie's War or something. It's like
Charlie Wilson's War. It's Charlie a big horseshit thing from a real satanic cannibal named Tom Hanks, and a guy who's dead now.
I don't know. Do we know if Tom Hanks is a satanic cannibal yet?
That's my opinion. But I would just say I have that's just in my opinion. Like without, I don't know what he did in real life, but just watching him and everything he's ever done, I would say, well, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's too many children references, too many, two men and a baby. Okay, that's sick. There was, and then also the movie Look Who's Talking. But so there's two men and a baby. There was Big. He did Mr. Rogers. He did the island one where he was stuck on an island. He had the Wilson ball, and it was the shape of the bloody face, and that's the same imagery that artist would do. It seemed like they did it out of blood. Castaway, thank you. And yes, exactly. It was a frazzled drip reference. Yes, and now if just imagine if Ellen's hoodie, her artwork, it all had that Jay-Z, it all had that same image. Now he got really thin, if you recall, where he was preparing for the movie. Well, how was he preparing for the movie? Did he go to Epstein Island? Did he do certain things? Yeah, I don't know. You know, I was saying earlier, people, I don't think in terms of what I look like according to movie stars. Okay, I think myself of who I look like according to my neighbors. Okay, I'm like, oh, I look like a neighbor too. But apparently, people have been saying I have a little Joaquin Phoenix thing going on right now with the beard and sunglasses. Okay, now he's got some strange energy. Okay, he's got some strange energy, and a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff happening in his life, and you see, great. Well, now you can not unsee it. So he's got the deep eyes. You gotta get some shade in the deep eyes, and just But I wear the glasses because the screens are so bright, and it'll keep me up all night. Okay, but I'll give a little excuse me kind of look. But with Joaquin Phoenix, whoo-wee, okay, he's all twisted, man. He's all twisted up and doing the, like he just, he's doing something. Now I was hoping, because with some of the movies he did with having a ball peen hammer and whacking people with it, getting ready for Joker, apparently. I was at least hoping, well, maybe he's at least, because that movie was about, it was like Taxi Driver, murdering people who were kidnapping children. Okay, you guys remember what that movie was? And that was before Joker. Now, I got a little hammer. I can't really show too much. A little hammer. Please do not be carrying hammers around. Okay. You got a little. All right. So he's doing crazy things. Okay. He's doing movies where he's unaliving people all the time. So I was like, well, okay. Because then something happened with who's the America's Funniest Home Video guy, that guy died with a bunch of head injuries. So I was like, whoa. And then Joker came out. So I don't know. Allegedly, I'm not saying anything, but and I'm like, well, he was doing a movie about how, he would murder these people who were doing sex trafficking or human trafficking. And some stuff came out with I forgot his name, but the guy from Full House and America's Funniest Home Video. And maybe something happened. So with Tom Hanks, portraying the nicest man in Hollywood. Yeah, a lot of stuff came out about him, and everyone's thinking that Isaac Cappy was quite right about a lot of things.
And that indicates.
Yeah. Now, if I shave the beard, I won't look like Joaquin Phoenix. I actually look like Heath Ledger. It's a combination of Heath Ledger and Matthew McConaughey. Just like the hair back, and so you don't want to go down that road. So I keep it Joaquin.
It's a satanic cannibal. His actions in life. But you got to know what to look for, dude.
Especially the terminal.
Yeah.
Ancient occult practice.
Wait, is that the AIDS one? What do you mean? Anyway,
that's Philadelphia.
Wait, is that the AIDS one?
I keep because the Forrest Gump and Philadelphia were back to back, so I keep mixing the movie. I'm like, wait, was it?
Have you guys seen the Island with the cloning back in 2015? And I watched another. Well, I actually didn't get to watch that one. I watched the coverage of it from Hidden America. Was it Hidden America or where he talked about? No, it was actually Mine Unveiled. And this one right here. Take a look at this one. They talk about the movie The Island with cloning and everything. It's a great channel. But there's another one. Which one was that? But the one with the guy from the Viking, or the Viking guy, who has the brother and the dad that's also in Hollywood. He did a movie where they basically, it's an image of him in this red liquid, and they make a clone, and he's wearing these masks, these flesh masks, and it's basically about the elite getting to do all this insane things, and the police are in on it, and they won't prosecute. I'll think of the name.
Is it he who got AIDS or Jenny? I forget. Wait, no, he got AIDS in the first one, and then Jenny got the AIDS.
It might have been hepatitis.
Yeah, it may have been hepatitis.
They changed the movie from the book, and then Jenny, of course, had a generational incest family and became a CIA whore, is how I looked into that movie.
Jesus Christ.
Because that's how they recruit. That's how they recruit. They got scumbags. So that's the thing. They go a fun family movie and just chew up just like getting GMO information, and they chew it all up and they spit it in your fucking mouth, and it'll be, the more awful it is, the more you got to put it in the form of a bad movie or
Yeah.
like, you know? So
Yeah.
Charlie Wilson's war, that guy, Gust was his name.
Mm-hmm.
The film Seymour often plays. If you watch John Kiriakou interviews, Gust was the secret president of Greece for a while.
Seriously.
As a CIA guy, that guy Gust, whatever,
Yeah.
they had a CIA puppet as their president. So the CIA
Which is
ran
what they think
Greece.
Maduro was.
That's what Professor Zhang said, and that's why it's easy for me to believe.
Oh, okay, it's an infinity pool. So both the movie The Island and Infinity Pool talk about cloning and all that stuff. We'll take a look at a breakdown of those two movies in this video that I found. It's a great little video.
One of the reasons. So, okay, we already know. So John already said that, and this is like, you know, he's in the CIA. So some people would be like, F him because they're loyal to the CIA. There's actually people that are that, I guess, still like that. But
Tom Hardy.
Well, I think people think it's Homeland or something, and it's not. If you want a good primer.
What's Homeland?
That's that Claire Danes show.
No, but why do they think it's what is that like? What do they think about it? That
well, they think it's like the same way that people think lawyers are law and order. They think of the most heroic aspects of the job, stopping a bunch of innocent people from. If you want to get a good primer on the CIA, you should read Legacy of Ashes, and it gives you a good idea of honestly, the hijinks they're up to.
I mean, the information is all over there. This is what I've never heard a good story about the CIA except on movies.
Argo, yeah, Argo's the only.
That's one. Canada. That's Canada. There were complete lies, absolute lies in that fucking movie. Oh, they also leave out the fact
tricked out the real
Rockefeller. The only reason that the fucking Ayatollah came to power is because Rockefeller and Jimmy Carter. That bitch Jimmy Carter was not a good man. Like, he's a good man. They're all in on it, fuckers. They're all in on it.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter and Zbigniew Brzezinski, Morning Micah's dad, and all these other twats, and the Trilateral Commission that Jeffrey Epstein sat on at age 30. Do you see that in the interview?
No, I did not see. He was on the Trilateral Commission at age fucking 30.
In the first 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I wonder why. Definitely, because there's also some pictures of him doing like this kind of stuff, gesturing like he's grabbing someone's dick, and I bet he slept his way up to the top.
No, if you watch the interview in the first 4 minutes of the interview, because most of it's horseshit, but the first 4 minutes tell you everything. So here's what the first 4 minutes we can deduce. I say, hey, you don't have to listen to me. You could go, well, that's not the proof I need. And then you can go, that's why Russia is bad, and I know Russia and bad women and racism in Russia. I fucking hate New York liberals from the bottom of my heart now, dude.
Yeah. Say it, Metzger. And please don't just stop with those politicians either. Okay, there's a lot of people that you can hate within that, and I'm trying to find his name again. Was it Johnny Darko? John Marco? Oh God, there's a New York liberal to hate. It is that little munchkin, that little rat face. Yeah, Theo Von should really press President Trump when I can't believe he had him on his podcast. He betrayed his audience. Wow. Seriously, folks, take a look at the last hour of the previous stream. And was it that one? What stream was that? Nope. That was okay. The last one was Jamie Foxx clone. The one before that is Jimmy Kennedy. Okay, so that's Jimmy Kennedy. And then in the back of that stream, we go hard on the paint on Johnny Marco. So I'll be releasing some videos on Johnny Marco very soon.
Well, they're kind of all over the place. I mean, I think you think showbiz liberals. I think that's what you think. Like New York,
and
there's like genuine communists in New York.
Okay, comics too. Okay, and those right wingers too. Everyone.
What do you think the next move? And Michael, actually, I have two questions.
The techno state, the Noahide. You're going to be a Noahide.
The dark enlightenment. The dark enlightenment.
That's just fluff and nonsense. It's going to be the Noahide tech. You know what a Noahide is?
No, I know Palantir, but no, I don't know what a Noahide.
So remember, a Noahide. This is a wonderful thing.
I know Palantir.
You know how
you don't know Palantir,
Judaism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
please.
You can, but you're not going to want to do that. And there's these guys called Chabad that try to make Jews more Jewy, as my ex-Jewish girlfriend would say. Mm-hmm. And they started pushing that Rabbi Schneerson that they think is the Messiah or whatever. He's a fucking piece of shit, was what he was. Ben Shapiro loves him. And he was
this the group that Kushner is connected to in Russia?
Oh, my, yes.
Yes.
And so in the 90s, they started pushing the laws of Noah. Ever hear that from the Bible? No, because it's not from the Bible.
One of every animal from my preschool.
That's it's not in the Bible. It's from the Babylonian Talmud. So that's fucking weird. Anyway, so the idea is because I'm a fucking racist, okay, I don't want you converting to my religion and having my same rights. You know how the bad Muslims, you could convert and you'll get all the rights as a man. Like if you're a woman, don't convert. They have to, but if you're a man and you convert, they have to give you the rights of a Muslim.
Yeah.
But because they're not racist, because they're not racist in that. However, in Judaism, there's sex. It's not one unified thing. There's a bunch of Jews that think it's blasphemy that Israel's there. But the Chabad ones, who are an intel group, like the Moonies or the parts of the Mormons that are in government. So those fuckers.
Well, it seems like, I mean, there's schisms in the Muslim community. And they're all
George H.W. Bush, dude, look up the picture of him with all these Chabad Orthodox Jews around him while he signs this fucking Noahide thing about how valuable it is. So basically, remember what they'd say about Muslims? They want to make you a dhimmi, D-H-I-M-M-I.
I don't
Demigod.
No.
There was that chick that got circumcised that would be on Bill Maher all the time.
Yes, yes, I remember her. That was
she called it dhimmi. She called it dhimmitude.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Now, by the way,
it was horrible. I remember that.
I'm sure she's propagandist, but you know what? If she got her fucking, she got circumcised,
you're allowed to believe whatever the fuck you want.
Bitch, you got circumcised. You could be a propagandist. I would hate
Wow, imagine that, huh? You're a circumcised propagandist, folks. If you like Kurt Metzger, hit that like button. Subscribe. We go live every time he drops a new derp, and we do a live reaction commentary, and we cover other comedians, do a bit of a satirical analysis and body language, and we dissect these the psyche of these comedians and podcasters. It's a lot of fun, and we also have conspiracy nights where we go hard on the paint and talk about cloning. Okay, we're on this new level of conspiracy theories. So if you want to stay up to date, hit that like button, subscribe. Really helps us out, and hang out with us. We got a good community here, and get to know the Clip Version community. And whenever we watch something, it is me watching it for the first time. I don't go in trying to have these agendas. Okay, we take a look at these and discover, and so we discover things and we branch off into different little nodes of knowledge, and every stream is different. It's a lot of fun, and we go on most evenings. So check us out.
It's really not circumcised. I got
my dick gets
circumcised.
mutilated. Like the last thing I guess like.
Yeah, no, I'll be a propagandist against the whole thing, and I'll throw away the baby with the bathwater and
everything. I'll just be pro-abortion. That'll be my only.
So it's called being a dhimmi. You have to pay a tax because you're not Muslim and you live there. And remember, they'd be like, "Oh, the Muslims going to take over." They want to make Christians a second-class citizen because Muslim countries.
Yeah, it's like if you're a white cis male, and you go to a coffee shop, you get taxed a little bit more. They charge you a little bit more because you're the old white devil. So I like to trick them with my braid. They love a braid. And folks, I'm not left or right. I'm wu-wei, okay? I'm deep in that center, okay? The center of the egg of life. I'm in the center looking around, and all I see is a circle. There are no sides to a circle.
Christians have to pay an extra tax because they're not Muslim. You know that? Okay. Yeah. Well, funny story. Israel has that too, and it's called Noahide. So instead of converting,
wake up, dude! What? He's like, oh, okay. He had like 2 energy drinks. You look like you're getting MK Ultra right now. He looks like he's being hypnotized. I wish I didn't have energy. I've got energy all the time. Okay, we go on, we stream, and I've had to taper it down to 3 to 4 hours. Okay, I used to go 8 hours easy, 6 to 8 hours. We did a 15-hour one. That was the day that I didn't wear sunglasses. The screen brightness kept me up. That's why I wear the glasses, so I don't go 15 hours again. And I got to mention it about every other stream because it was a doozy, folks. Okay, that was a good one. But abre los ojos, mi amigo. You must look Kurt straight in the eye. Okay, he's doing that to you. Or is he looking at Erica Kirk in the background?
Judaism, you could become a Noahide. That is a Gentile a goy, who don't who follows the laws of Noah. So these would be in their
So Noah's like we don't have laws of Noah. This is just a loophole.
Dude, I got no respect for the Talmud, and it's been explained to me many times.
Okay, see how he's doing that? Just do that with your beard. Okay, why aren't you fixing this? Fix the bone that's coming out of your beard. Sorry, folks. It just looks like he has a face coming out of his.
I didn't realize how poorly.
Do that.
The best explanation I saw of the Talmud is it's like a discussion thread on 4chan. And then the mods shut it down. And
as far as what do you think?
Oh, it's his so his collar is doing that. Okay, I got you. His collar's making him have a Wolverine hair. It's not doing on that side though. It's an uneven trim. Amateur.
If there was a law, if you combine Book of Enoch, then I'm just trying to think of how
the first book of First Enoch.
Yeah, if you put all the books together, everything that's been cut out, how long would this fucking book be? New Testament, Old Testament. It feels like it's just changing fucking chairs on the Titanic or something.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, wait. But I don't know. There's 3 books of Enoch, and I don't know so the reason it's not cut out of the Bible. Everybody says that it was the books that took it. They didn't take books out of the fucking Bible.
The Bible is a construct.
The Bible is a library.
Yeah.
That's what it means, a library. So these are a bunch of separate books. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you want, you can go, oh, but they're all part, and they're kind of, the reason they're picked out, the only reason they picked out any of them is because of the whole point of this library is to justify that Jesus is the Messiah.
Yeah.
So that's the books they picked for that reason.
Yeah.
Everything else, even though they'll be referenced and stuff, like other books of the Bible reference stuff from Enoch.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also a moral guidebook for people too. Okay, they derive their moral beliefs out of that. Now, I've spent some time in that. I know a little bit of that kind of heritage, that religion, and I learned about others. I'm very much in the belief that you don't need something like this to have morals. Okay, to have good morals, or to be moral. Moral just means good, right? Is there good morals and bad morals? So, anyways, geez, maybe I do. Maybe I forgot what they were. No, but once you're able to think for yourself and have discernment and critical thinking and able to apply logic and reason and the use of deduction, you can figure out the right way to live. But there are some good principles within the Bible. Love thy neighbor as thyself. The golden, treat others as you would have them treat you. That's why I hate everyone. Ooh, it's my love language. Please don't hate me. No, you can hate me all you like. I like the energy. I'm a vampire. No, but you would be surprised how far compliment goes. Woohoo! We get a little compliment. I get that natural blush happening. Oh man. But please don't insult me with your compliments. No, I never get compliments. But yeah, the Bible's got some good, good moral layout for people. Yes, I would say that it is to promote that Jesus is the Messiah. It's also a way of telling you a little bit of a historical account. I guess people think that it's a historical account, and how you should prepare for coming events, because it looks like a lot of things in the old Revelations and Daniel is happening. Well, maybe not Daniel, but now are these self-fulfilling prophecies where we hear about Israel wanting everyone just to start hating them, so it does usher in the Armageddon, the apocalypse. So there might be a little bit of that. They kind of know the playbook and they just pander to it. But it could also be this, how we live in cycles. Maybe this is that 10,300 year cycle where things start to happen. There's a shift, and things get bad before they get good again. I mean, when's the last time things have been good? Housing prices are skyrocketing. Groceries are, it's almost like a 60-80% markup. Cars are insanely expensive. Yeah. YouTube keeps changing the algorithm. Doesn't like it when I do conspiracy theory nights, folks. It closes the tap. So I gotta stick with Kurt Metzger, and it's a lot of fun. So I don't mind it. But in those conspiracy nights, they just close that discovery, and I had 30. That's 30 on my last stream. Okay, they don't want people seeing Jamie Foxx as a it's somehow Kurt Metzger has has caught the eye of old Clip Virgin here, and we are evolving into a little bit of his after party ecosystem.
In Enoch, they got weird shit that conflicts with stuff from that time period. They just didn't believe in a soul that goes on and lives in a They didn't have that. In fact, even today, they don't have that.
Well, it seems like the whole
thing
was like from back in the. I mean, even as back to where the Sumerians and the Anunnaki.
Ask a Jewish friend about what the afterlife is, and you're going to get a bunch of I don't know. We don't really talk about it. Now, think of how weird that is for a religion.
I think it's I don't think it's all. I mean, I think it's a variety of. It's just that's a specific type of Jewish person.
It does. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Like I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm telling you, I've seen this. Everybody I know. Ari Shafir was in goddamn yeshiva school, and and he's like just summarizing a lot of boring shit for me when he explains it that way. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is it that they don't know? They call it the world to come, or depending on how Kabbalah it
world
is.
To come, I've heard. Yeah.
Okay. So what is that? I don't know. It's vague. You know, you want to laugh at you get 47 virgins. Like, what's yours? It's vague and weird.
Well, it's all fucking. It's all like spaghetti monsters. Is there anyone that you think?
No,
like,
it's not. No. It's not, dude. It's very specific why it's like that because they have an esoteric inner order in very specific. The ones that are Zionist.
Yeah.
Look, Kabbalah. That's what the Freemasons use.
Yeah.
So Scientology and Judaism. Scientology, you don't find out till you've gotten to a certain level.
Yes.
Okay. They're all the same thing. A mystery. If you don't get to know all the shit up front, if there's secret shit that only a middleman knows, and you don't get to know,
you would put Gnosticism, Kabbalah, Sufism.
If somebody is going to be like, I am the, if somebody's going,
move it.
Look, you don't have to. I would say anybody believe that Christ or anything like that. But here's what I do.
Oh, he didn't do it. He did a nice deep scratch. And he's like, why does my cheek itch so bad? Well, because you got this high collar poking you the whole time, and it's pushing your hair, and then you're like, ah. Okay. So, you gotta lose about 40 pounds. Stop wearing collared shirts, and take care of yourself, okay? Your eyes are heavy.
Do believe. I love let's say it's just an egregore. I love the idea of I'm the last middleman you'll ever need. You don't never got to talk to a middleman ever the fuck again. Right? So the appeal of the story of Jesus to me is he gets sacrificed so that you don't have to do animal sacrifice ever again. Right. You don't have to sacrifice people. You should never, that guy did nothing wrong. The reason that they're allowed to sacrifice you, by the way, in their belief system, the old religion it's called the old religion.
Yeah.
It's just polytheism and blood sacrifice. There's really just one. There's just
and
two.
That's Moloch, Baal, Bethlehem. This is the pre-Yahweh, pre.
No, like, all over the world it's the same. And
but
so
would you say because I'm trying to research it myself, but would you say that the old religion kind of started with the Sumerians and then there's been
it's a catch-all. And people that are in a million different things, they just call it the old religion. But at the end of the day, Gary Wayne's right, it's polytheism.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. So that I just look at it as like how many people do I got to pay out from my fucking fees? Because polytheism is like you got to pay a bunch of extra people in your
Oh, that's
upline.
funny.
That's all it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like what let me sacrifice this for Poseidon.
Yeah,
This for
Jesus is
fucking
free. Jesus is free. That's listen. Let me tell
Aphrodite.
you why they hate
Well, I
Jesus
mean, the
the
Catholics
most.
would not. The Catholics would not agree with that.
I
I
don't
mean,
respect them.
you know, they would not agree with
Yeah,
that.
So
fuck
what?
them.
So
but
what?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
why would you think that's the real? Because of tradition, Christ is against
I
tradition.
think it's just because people want, like, they want to believe that. I mean, it's the thing. They just want communion, no matter what, you know. And communion
You could have it.
something you grew up with.
Yo,
No,
you
I
could have
agree.
it.
Communion. They want communion. Okay, maybe it's community. Communion. They want to be able that middleman to be able to speak to the Almighty. Just speak. Okay. If you want to communicate, just do it. You don't need a middleman. So churches and all that stuff, it's not. That's not how you develop a relationship with the Almighty. Okay. That's how you have communion. That's just a ritual. It's pageantry. And if you have to, be out in that kind of setting to do that, then maybe you're just doing it, as a show, to show people that you're praying and all that stuff. So pray on your own. You probably see results. But some people want to be told. They want to be told what God says, and they want to be told that things are going to be all right.
I'm telling you why I think people do it.
They do it because they fucking want to not go against. They don't want to pick up. This is what I hate as a guy who's not a Christian. Okay,
Right.
I'm actually the Quirp shaman, as you know. I spell my name with a Q now.
Yeah. You're above religion at this point.
I'm starting a man school to teach people how to get laid.
Well, I'm a. You might be a quirp, but I'm a quantum. Okay, I'm a quantum cowboy.
Anyway, so I don't like, I like a Kendrick Lamar Crown of Thorns at the Super Bowl where it's all diamonds and shit. And I like that loser Jesus with his, was it made of wood? Nice crown, Jesus. I like Kendrick Lamar improving. A black man improving on the work of it. Probably another black man.
Probably another black.
Well, here's what I like the most about Kendrick.
Shade of black man.
I like Kendrick Lamar having a platinum diamond-studded crown of thorns because the original black man, Jesus Christ, he just had to wear a wooden one back in the day, and it shows who he could come up.
Yeah.
Not me. I'm a devil.
It's the Jeffersons of sacrifice.
I looked at it as like a moving on up.
We had a little bit of a Kendrick session during the pre-show. All right, so there you are. Okay. Going quantum with Kendrick in Christ.
Crown of thorns. And I give that guy, from whenever that was, 2 Super Bowls ago, that guy, you get 10 years until you got metal teeth and you're saying you're Jesus himself. He's got 10 years to be until he's Kanye.
You think
it's the fact he wore that? I promise you, about 10 years.
You kind of got me into.
Yeah, because he's showing that he is the sacrifice. He's showing that. He's the Compton sacrifice. Yeah.
I think Roger Avery, right? Quentin Tarantino's writing partner for Pulp Fiction.
Oh, I can't wait to talk. I text with him sometimes, but I'm gonna.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't talked because you had mentioned you're going to talk to him at some point, but he had mentioned that there were occult sacrifices in Hollywood, that some of the biggest pop stars are literally sacrificing fucking chickens every day and shit.
Well, that's what's her name? That's Santeria shit that what's her name does, Jennifer Lopez. And in New York's lousy.
I did not know that. Holy shit.
So, I mean, but it's not.
Lady Gaga does that too, right?
Santeria has been covered by Vice, so most Americans are not going to go. That's so. Even though it's gross to do shit with chicken blood or whatever the fuck weirdo shit they do,
yeah,
people aren't going to look at it as crazy. What's crazy is if I frame a thing right, you'll believe anything. So, and I always bring up Mexican cartels and African warlords like Vice when they went to Liberia. You know, I had heard. My orthodontist when I was a kid, Doctors Kessler's and Morgenstern in where was it in Jersey? Manalapan, New Jersey. And I'm in some, I think there's a haircut and I'm reading a magazine and it's about the warlords of Liberia and how it's like they're all wearing clothes from American like charity drives.
Yeah.
Like, so there's like General Butt Naked in the Butt Naked Brigade, and they're naked dudes that just kill your family, and they the dad in front of the family, then they eat the kids' hearts in front of the parents.
Yeah.
It's like, when you read it, like, this is really over the top. Like, they do that? And yes, they did. No one will deny it. The guy who did it has a church now, and he will tell you, yeah, I used to eat the heart of the child in front of the parent. And Shane... You don't remember this? Shane from Vice is sitting there like, oh.
I know, I remember. I now remember this report now. Yeah, yes, I do remember. Yeah.
Okay.
It was
so
wild.
all the fucking, this is why I say New York liberals are dipshits. I lived there for a long time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't blink twice. Vice was in New York. You wouldn't blink twice dude. When I tell you that. We all believe it. If I tell you your white leaders do it, no, they wouldn't do what the blacks and the browns do. Yeah. But we taught the cartel shit now.
Oh,
that's
the School of
America's fault, assholes.
I mean, School of America's all throughout the 70s. We were
okay. Right now in Puerto Vallarta, because this guy El Mencho or whatever that is supposed to have been killed like 3 times now. I've already heard. Yes. Oh, we got him, and they didn't get him.
This is the first time I heard.
Oh, that's right. He's vaping. Okay, I forgot.
I didn't know that they.
And now there's Rebecca's partner at the creek is stuck down there right now, dude.
No shit.
Yes, Jesus she just told me.
Damn. Well, fucking. If you guys pray for what's his name?
I'm blanking out, but it's wild, dude.
It's wild. Just fucking Jesus.
By the way, I don't believe for 2 seconds. All these cartels, the CNJ, which is what that is, the Jalisco New Generation or whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're not, they came from the Zetas. There's American Green Berets running that shit, dude. Okay? We made all the cartels. I want everybody to understand this. The CIA and real special forces heroes from America are responsible for all the cartels. And I know somebody's going to be like, come on, where's your proof? There's a guy named Sean fucking Ryan on, like he's like a Joe Rogan out of nowhere. Who's a former Navy SEAL and set up a drug network in Colombia. That's his fucking story for the CIA. No, he's in the CIA, but then he quit to start his own drug network in Colombia. You know how you'd be allowed to do that in Colombia without the CIA still backing you 100%? Yeah, you know how that's the thing you could just do on your own?
Yeah, I don't think you can DIY your own drug operation in Colombia.
I don't know if he saw the fucking Virgin Mary or whatever his dumb story that's a lie and obviously some CIA fucking plan. Is everybody stupid?
No, I didn't see this.
Sean Ryan, he's right by. His name's not Sean Ryan either.
Ryan.
Like,
I know Sean Ryan. He's come out a lot against.
His name's like Palumbo or some fucking Dago shit, dude. But he's got fake name, fake guy. This is what makes me laugh. People go,
what about Ian Carroll? Come on. You know Ian Carroll's Mossad. You got that Mossad haircut. Ian Carroll, allegedly. So he's saying Sean Ryan. No, Sean Ryan got some kind of cease and desist letter about something or some kind of threat. And he's like, I am not going to back down. How does he not know Sean Ryan?
Oh, is Joe Rogan compromised? Joe, the guy who's a UFC announcer that just had a dumbass podcast that people happen to like because he's not like all the rest of you.
That's your father you're talking about.
He's not like all the rest of you. I know the dude, and I know everybody, dude. And I gotta tell you that, like,
do you know Clip Virgin? Do you know us? He knows us. Hi, Kurt.
I can't. I don't have a bad thing to say about him.
Thanks.
Well, he didn't like. There's no part like, oh, Joe Rogan disappeared to Belize for 6 years. What happened? Like we're not
exactly.
like, wait, what was Joe Rogan doing in the Bermuda Triangle? We know he fucking talks about it, but we know. Yeah, I think everybody gets their panties in a bunch
right now. Yeah,
there's still something with the Bohemian Grove with Rogan. Do you guys agree? Okay, because when he was doing TV shows and stand-up, I think that there was some kind of Bohemian Grove thing with Rogan, which is why it was really great when Alex Jones got on there and started talking about how he broke into it and filmed it. But Rogan's real quick to say that, oh, they're just burning a wooden effigy at the statue of Moloch, and he wants to make sure that he says a wooden effigy. So not a real child, folks. That's just a wooden effigy. That screaming that you hear there, that's just stuff that they added in post. That's not a real child screaming, being burnt alive. So Conan O'Brien's been on the list. Conan O'Brien was one of the last few people to see Nick Reiner and Rob Reiner. It was at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, along with the other guy that I always forget his name. The Saturday Night Live guy who does all the impersonations. Impersonations? Is that how you say it? Impressions? Oh, what's his name? But he was there too. So there, as far as we were talking about people being hypnotized, maybe something happened. Maybe something happened to Nick Reiner at the party. Well, they said that Nick Reiner was asking people if they're famous. Now, it could have been just a thing where he's completely disassociated, and he just, who are you? Okay, well, yeah, are you someone famous? Okay, so, or whatever. So he just didn't really care. He's like, because it's reported that he kept asking people if they were famous. Or he had some kind of MK Ultra thing planted, idea planted in him to maybe injure someone who is famous. And so he was going around and kind of weirding people out. It's like, are you famous, huh? Are you famous? And maybe he doesn't even know that he's doing that. And people are like, Nick, chill. Okay. And then, I don't know. But what if something happened at the party where he might have gotten nudged in a certain direction? Could have been, because there's footage of him walking to a hotel to get a hotel at 3:00 in the morning, and he was walking past a gas station. They captured the the footage of it, of him just walking all casual. Oh, he went in the gas station. Everything was just fine, but it was kind of like a, no one quite there. Kind of look to him. So who knows? Here we are.
Yeah, well, the reason is because Trump won. And by the way, Trump's a fucking, Trump's a puppet of Israel. So your two choices were like Belgian Satanists and Zionists. And by the way, there's a lot of overlap. I don't want you to think that they're at the end of the day enemies.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
It's eagle versus snake, I call it. Except
well, the eagle
versus
grabs
pervert.
the snake,
but a lot of overlap. There's a lot of fascist perverts and
the eagle. Also grabs the 13 arrows. Was it
the day enemies?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
It's eagle versus snake, I call.
Oh, the snake, yeah. Yep. So there you go. That is Burbs Bros. So that was a nice little take on actually it's pretty much the same stuff that he's been saying, folks. Okay, but these are good points of departure for us to then expound other ideas, and boy, do we got one. Okay, let me adjust the screen here, expand it back, and take a look at a little bit of this clone theory. Okay, might have to. People are taking a look back at old movies that had discussed it. No, that's not it. And might be something. There we go. Just adjusting the screen real quick. There we go. So this goes along with the Epstein files. Okay, what they're finding out that they were doing, and people are looking back at some of these older movies, or movies that a few years back. One being The Island, and the other being Have You Ever Been? What's the other one called? Oh, I forgot it again. What is that one called? Let me pull it. Okay. Well, let's just take a look. Grab a little bit of here. Oh, slow-mo. All my videos go slow-mo just for that Jeff Dye image. So that we can watch that in slow-mo. So everything now automatically goes slow-mo, just so I can see him slow-mo himself into self-hypnosis. He's self-hypnotized, ready for the MK agenda. I'll be like,
I don't know.
You know you'd want need to make a living. They need to make a
there it is. All right. Now, like I said on the last stream, talking about cloning, that's like that's one of those. It's like a chemtrail theory. People start thinking, wait, you think about clones, but there might be something to it. Okay. Here is Jamal, aka Jamal. He's got some good takes. It's a vibe, and he's taking a look at this, and he's putting some piece, connecting the dots as well. But here we are. Let me make sure that I'm not in his way either.
I told y'all, a lot of us are speculating, and you can just kind of be like, you know what? These are the people that they're saying is there, and this is what was allegedly taking place, and you're trying to just put everything together.
Let me bring it to...
I'm going to just say it right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
Buckle up, because...
There it is. Exactly. Okay. Buckle up. Okay. And last night's stream was a prelude to what we're about to watch here. Okay. To think that these people are getting cloned is crazy, right? Well, maybe not. Okay. Maybe there's something happening. Okay. And it's not, people are purchasing this service so that they can, one, use it for organ harvesting. So you have a clone, you have someone, just like people, I don't know the term because I'm not into horses, but when you take care of someone else's horse at your ranch, whatever that's called, they do this for people. They provide growth centers for people's clones, and the service also creates boring. Oh my God, boring! You're crazy. This is so they will also make organs, and so it's all life extension. And within this life extension package, let me switch it up here. This life extension package, you then have a double to take your place in the event that there is any type of, if you got prosecution, you got to go to jail for something. Oh, boarding, sorry. Appreciate it, yes. They would take your place to go to jail, and then you don't have to go to jail. You go and live out your days past the ice wall in the breakaway civilization. Okay, it gets deep, folks. It gets deep. If they're going to islands, they're going to breakaways. The new restaurant down the street, breakaways. Enjoy your last meal, and wherever meal is your last. But here we are. I'm getting used to this angle. I'd do it for Jamal. I'd do anything for Jamal.
I know this is going to be a crazy one. Back on the Truth Is channel, and my mind is just tripping out because he's breaking down so many movies that
you got to go for this ride. Okay, you gotta go for this ride. This is, because this is what hidden, Unveiled Mind did. Let me double check. Or Mind Unveiled. That's what Mind Unveiled did with Hollywood New. Take a look at this one right here. And he goes into the movie The Island. And this is Mind Unveiled. And the title Hollywood New. 33333. And the stream that we talked about this, my homage was 33331. Just nearly got it. And that was on a live stream. That was a live stream that I did. So it wasn't just an edited video. I had to end the broadcast. Almost did it for you, Hollywood. New. No, Mind Unveiled. But take a look at this. He goes into great detail of the movie The Island. Now, Jamal is going to talk about maybe him or another, this other video that he's going to be watching, discuss it. So that's just a little extra one that you guys can watch. It's great. It's really, and you're like, wait a second, that's what they're doing. So it's entertaining.
Probably never even heard of before. You know, it says this movie revealed what happens on the island. Now, I told y'all a lot of us are speculating, and you can just kind of be like, you know what? These are the people that they're saying is there, and this is what was allegedly taking place, and you're trying to just put everything together. It gets dark. It really does. That's why I say go on walks, go read a book, go do something that makes you happy, laugh, and inspire you, because this stuff can be very tiresome on the mind. Yep.
That's exactly what we were talking about too. We got to kind of, that's what's happening with a lot of this. It is creating a mass trauma event, and you have to guard yourself, and at least acknowledge that it is occurring, or it can occur, and you'll find a way to balance it out. But if you won't at least acknowledge that, or the possibility, then you might be entrapped by it at some point. Yeah. Well, and sometimes that's fun. I like being trapped by things. Get you strong. You can learn how to resist a little bit. But no, I'm all about the flow. Go with the path of least resistance. No, in order to soar, you must push against. You must create the resistance. We are the resistance. Please do not resist. This is the lazy river. Just enjoy. But here we are. Sorry, here we go.
Am I saying that right? Tiresome? Whatever.
You got it.
We ain't gonna waste no more time. The original video, like I said, will be in the description, so you guys can check that out and even subscribe. Let's jump right into it.
In this island, the elites can break every law and walk away completely untouched. For a hefty fee, they can literally do the unthinkable to anyone they desire, and the authorities will make it disappear. A place where innocent people become a part of.
That is key right there. They can do anything they want, and the authorities can make it disappear. And we keep saying, why hasn't anyone been arrested? There you have it.
The attraction.
They're part of it.
While this sounds exactly like the story surfacing in the released documents right now, it is actually the plot of the movie Infinity Pool. This also tells us about a technology the elite might already have. Today, we are decoding Infinity Pool to reveal the dark secrets it tells us about the island. Infinity Pool follows James, a struggling writer visiting an isolated high-security...
Comment below if you guys have seen this movie. Never heard of it.
The island, okay? And looks like Lulu had just seen it recently and mentioned that it felt it felt well thought out. Oh no, he's talking about Infinity Pool. Maybe never mind. But let's see what.
I know what an Infinity Pool is.
Sorry, Infinity Pool.
But I've never heard of this movie. Please comment below. Look at these masks, man.
Yeah.
Decoding Infinity Pool to reveal the dark secrets it tells us about the island. Infinity Pool follows James, a struggling writer visiting an isolated high-security resort in a third-world country. The island is heavily guarded, and the guests are warned that crossing the resort walls is a death sentence. But when a wealthy couple claiming to be fans lures James and his wife into a dead zone outside the gates, they bring money buys a biological double, an exact clone that takes your place for the execution. James agrees, watching from the sideline.
Wow.
Well, okay, yeah, and now, just imagine if they say that, incentive creates capital or whatever, they'll just make sure that you are heavily prosecuted in any way possible to get you in their private prisons, and then you can buy these insurance programs where you can possibly have these fallout boys go out for you, and while you make movies with Brian Callen. Interesting. All right, here we go.
A clone. What was the movie? The Island?
Yeah, there it is. And, what about Vanilla Sky? Okay. He was wearing a mask too. It was also after Kubrick, Eyes Wide Shut. And he wore a mask and because his face was all messed up or something like that. A lot of weird stuff out there. A lot of Jim Carrey wearing the mask. And superhero, they're all they put on the costume, put on the mask. They then become the god, So women, quit putting makeup on, okay? Stop being goddesses. Here we are.
Comment below if you've seen the movie The Island. That movie was
yeah.
So now we're dealing with clones.
Yep.
Just trying to put the pieces together, man. Because a lot of people say the island guy, they don't think he's dead.
Yep.
Other solution. In this country, money buys a biological double, an exact clone that takes your place for the execution. James agrees, watching from the sidelines as his own flesh and blood is sacrificed for his...
So that would be why, like, the Dave Chappelle thing could actually be possible, because everyone's saying, well, what about the family? The family, they're living with him, right? I mean, now, but if it was already this kind of insurance policy that he had to do, then, the family knows about it, and they have to, kind of go along with it. Yeah. Maybe.
freedom. But instead of leaving the island, he is drawn deeper into a shadow group of tourists who treat the island as a playground for the unthinkable, knowing their wealth makes them literally invincible. This movie appears to be a cinematic recreation of the information surfacing in the 2026 files regarding the disgraced financier's operation. Just like the resort in Infinity Pool, his system was a rule-free paradise where guests could indulge in the unthinkable. He ensured his powerful inner circle never faced consequences, using money, favors, or blackmail.
And you guys know that the island looks like the Nickelodeon symbol, and that SpongeBob SquarePants has the address of the island in the cartoon, apparently in the intro song, maybe I'm not sure, but it's also been said that the show itself was created specifically for the children that lived on the island, and that was the intention for the show. Maybe even to the point like it wasn't even intended to be broadcast. It was just something that was created for them to only see, and then they started showing it on air. However, it could have been just a thing where it was a cartoon that was meant to be broadcast and intended for them specifically. I think there's a couple more that they've done. What's that? Pickle and Pete or something? Hilarious shows, but they've got some imagery, some Ren and Stimpy imagery that's just like, oh my god. Pretty funny stuff though. Pretty funny stuff, but stay away from the island, target audience. Anyway, here.
To make the evidence vanish. In the film, the authorities work directly with the criminals to facilitate the cover-up, and many feel we are watching this exact scenario play out in real time today.
Thanks.
While the public knows who's guilty, the system forces us to accept a manufactured narrative to protect the elite. This movie takes us to the ultimate extreme, the ability to literally buy a biological clone to take the blame. Now, while some see this as a simple analogy for the rich buying their way out of trouble, it's 1% of the 1%. Take the financier's death, for example. There is a persistent theory that he never died in that cell. Instead of the reported ending, many believe powerful associates used a body double or a dummy to stage the incident, allowing him to flee the country.
See, and they all said that he looked different too. The earlobes, the nose. Okay. Everyone said that it did not look like him. The same thing happened with Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. He didn't look the same. Dave Chappelle does not look the same, folks. Okay, he does not look the same. Sorry. Not sorry. Allegedly. And no man's got to wear his name on his clothes to remind you. Okay. Jamie Foxx had to remind his daughter of who he is by saying his name. He had to say, "It's me, your father, Jamie Foxx." Okay, there's a video of him saying that. That should, awaken every red flag in your system and say no father would say anything like that to his daughter. He would say, "Shut up. Get out of my face." No, please. No, do. Okay. They are. Please, folks, discipline your children. I can't stand undisciplined children. Children should not be taking over adult conversations. I can't believe how many times I'm speaking to people and their child runs up and starts speaking to me like I know what he's saying. Good Lord, child. Forsake the children. for once in your life and have an adult conversation. No, please, keep the children at their own table. They need to have their own table, and children should not be eating at the same table as men. That's a rough evening waiting to happen. No, we must converse around them somehow. They dominate everything. These children, please, allow the adults to talk. What were we talking about?
What was recently revealed about the authorities using a prop body when moving him, this is no longer...
Oh, okay, so... okay. So Jamie Foxx, his double looks different. I mean, people have already said that. Now, they did say that about Epstein here, and people have just recently said that about Jim Carrey. I've also heard people saying that about Selena Gomez, and what's happening? What are the? Is this a way to blend, fiction and reality? They and then so films were basically a way to film plays at some point. So plays, that was the main source of that. Then TV, you got like sitcoms that felt more like a play that was being filmed, and then you had reality TV, sitcoms, then regular TV shows and 1 hour dramas and stuff. But then the reality TV hit, and then things got weird, folks. Things got weird. I needed to know what happened on Real World every single weekend. I marathoned Real World many a times in my life. And after seeing that, who cared about television? And and then there was many others after that I had no part of. I wanted like the Hills or the OC. Is that? Oh my God. We can never have that kind of television ever again. I mean, that's Jake Paul, kind of stuff. But I need me a Real World
double or a dummy to stage the incident, allowing him to flee the country.
Man.
Considering what was recently revealed about the authorities using a prop body when moving him, this is no longer far-fetched. A man with that much leverage kept an insurance policy, a kill switch. If he goes down, they all go down. That gives the elite every reason to keep him alive and replace him with a double. In a world where they have access to the most advanced technology on Earth, a different solution like the one in Infinity Pool makes perfect sense. One of the most revealing moments in Infinity Pool is the ritual mass scene. When these wealthy tourists prepare to enter the dead zones, they don't just hide their faces, they transform. It's a direct callback to the ballroom ritual in
There
Eyes
it
Wide
is.
Shut. If you want to see more about that, make sure to watch this video after
dip,
this one.
drip.
This isn't just about protecting an identity. It's about detachment. The mask allows the public figure to vanish, so the monster underneath can take over. In the movie, the mask isn't used because they're afraid of being caught. It's used because it gives them the psychological pass to commit the unthinkable. Then there's the title itself, Infinity Pool. It's the ultimate metaphor for the elite's perspective. An infinity pool creates the illusion of water going on forever with no edges and no drop-off.
Right.
For those on the island, this represents infinite freedom. They believe their wealth has removed the edges of the world. No borders, no laws, and no consequences. But as the movie shows, that's a trap because
No borders, no laws, no consequences.
Sounds like New York. Yeah, open borders. Defund the police. And anti-ICE. Sounds like what everyone is fighting against. What they should be fighting against. Please fight against that. That is some wacky thinking.
And when you think about what he's saying with these people wearing the mask and just feeling like, you know, nobody can see me, so I feel free to do these things. It's like how many people...
And not just free to do them, but you transform into a demon. And you know, a demigod. And you have to disassociate like that in order to go past the traumatic event that occurs. And it's a self-preservation mechanism on your psyche. So it just allows you to stay in character for the amount of time that it takes to transform. And then people are, looking at you different. So there's a different energy. And, masks are powerful, apparently, folks. Are you masking? Are you masking? It's a persona. It's heavy.
Like when you watch Eyes Wide Shut,
yep,
and the stuff that was going on, and you think about all the people and power in this world, like to attend these parties that they have and alleged, the alleged things that are happening there. It just makes me think about how how long it's been going on and how it's still going on now as we speak. This is a lot, man. It really is.
And the movie The Island is a movie back in 2015. It had
but think about it.
Oh, look at this.
So you have your genetic
Name
copy
dropping.
walking around with Scarlett Johansson's clone. So Tom is realizing
Scarlett Johansson
that
and
his clone is
this
a
guy
virgin.
here.
But the way he says it,
Name drop.
you're kicking around her and you're a virgin. You see, the immediate implication is, why haven't you had sex with her? Because he would have.
So this is the clone. He's like, how can you're next to this perfect thing. How can you not want to? So I forgot that guy's name. But this is the island. Now, Mind Unveiled does a really good breakdown of the movie. It's a way you can kind of get a sense of the movie and not get copy strike. So take a look at it, and he goes into detail. Really good stuff. Let me find my place again here. And with this one, he adds infinity pool. But this is obviously someone different, but pulling from the same kind of island concept.
It really, really is. Because these metaphors, the infinity pool, like,
Even when you think the pool is infinite, the system has a way of closing in on you the second you become a liability to the group. Most importantly, look at the foreign tourist protocol. In the film, the different solution is strictly for wealthy outsiders. While the local population is subject to brutal primitive laws, the tourists can run amok because they have the ultimate safety net, the clone. In Infinity Pool, money buys a biological double that takes the fall for your crimes. It shows us how they...
Okay, so for your crimes. Now, there's the incentive for blackmail. Do all these things to entrap him or whatever, and then you have the don't do crazy things, folks. Okay, but they got the honey traps, and they got the mirror, two-way mirror, or one-way mirror, whatever that Rogan talks about. So they basically, now think about this. If Epstein was known for a blackmail operation, and he also had cloning interest and had people, scientists and all that, working on this kind of stuff. And he himself was using women as incubators to basically create versions of himself. And if you got blackmail on people, then you also have a way for them to purchase some insurance from you. You then have this option. Well, if you like, we can provide a clone for you, and they'll take the fall. So it's a way for them to make some money on the back end of the deal.
They use a clone to escape prison and watch their own double be executed. But what's fascinating is that there's another movie that has an eerily similar story. While Infinity Pool shows us how they use clones for their freedom, this film reveals the horrifying possibility of how they use them for their immortality.
All right. And now this is again the island. Now this is for the harvesting. Okay, so this is for life extension. You have a clone, and you're then able to use their, healthy organs when yours fail. And we heard Kim Jong-un on a hot mic discuss this with, I believe, Putin. and said something along the lines like, yeah, you can extend your life with organ transplants. And it had a little bit of a sense of like growing organs, like maybe through cloning. I believe that's the context of it. Now, maybe I added that context to it. But go back and take a look at that. And you'll hear them discuss life extension through the use of organ swapping. And Putin said it publicly? Okay. And okay, so there, and so the island, and I haven't seen it yet. I've only seen Hidden Unveiled version of it. And but I would like to take a look at this. They're saying that they use this clone technology to then do life extension as well, I believe. And but again, I haven't seen it, so here we are. But take a look at Hidden Unveiled's Hollywood new version of it. Is really good.
Released in 2005, Michael Bay's The Island presents a world where the elite have moved past simple legal immunity into the realm of biological immortality.
Man.
The film is set in a high-tech underground facility where hundreds of people live highly controlled lives. They are told the outside world has been contaminated and that their only hope is to win a lottery to go.
Okay, now even just that right there. Okay. We already know that there's underground facilities and even this kind of mythology of people who had lived underground or in caves or something, and did they have like the bright blue eyes or something like that? So they're gonna try to get you in caves. Although we should be living in the earth. Through well, probably before the industrial revolution, there was some kind of psyop put on us to make us think that we should live outside of the earth. We were to be living in the earth. So the building materials is not intended for, they don't have humans in the forefront of their design. It's all about efficiency. But underground facilities, they could be telling us that it's the outside world is not it's not safe. It's not, it's contaminated through some kind of bomb that goes off. I feel like we're kind of getting kind of close to that, folks. We did just have a meteor hit us in Cleveland.
Go to the island, the last remaining paradise on Earth. But the reality is far more sinister. These people aren't survivors, they're an insurance policy. They're high-priced clones, exact biological matches for the world's wealthiest sponsors. When a sponsor needs a new liver, a heart, or even a surrogate to carry a child, their clone is harvested, and the lottery win is revealed to be a death sentence.
Man.
Now, while I'm not necessarily saying we have...
Wait, the what is
revealed to be a death sentence.
Okay.
Now, while I'm not necessarily saying we have underground cloning facilities operational today.
So now we took a look at Jimmy Foxx, and with his potential double, see if we can. But just imagine his double well, I was gonna say maybe he's not conscious yet, and he's starting to realize, like, wait a second, because on the island that he discovers, well, I don't know if I'm giving anything away, but it, there's a point where they realize what they're actually meant for, and they're like, what? No. So what if Jamie Foxx's clone? No, I don't think this is his clone, folks. Okay, but it definitely seems like it's a mask. Okay, there's not a single crow line in this guy's eye at all. Okay, and it only moves when he makes a strong reaction. Even that looks pretty wild too. Anyways, so what if he's realizing, oh man, they're gonna be harvesting my organs soon. But yeah.
Look at the logical parallels to the movie we see in the 2026 reports. This monster filled this island with innocent victims so his associates could let loose and feel alive. He offered them something no one else could, an escape. But the escape was powered by the poor souls who were tricked onto the island, just like the clones in the movie.
Yeah, so who were the ones that were tricked to go on the island? Well, people were invited. So they would be invited to the island. Now, what if these celebrities that were invited to the island were actually taken? And then their clone, their double, not the clone, their double, went back and then started, acting as them. I don't.
These people were promised modeling careers or a better life, only to be used as a resource for a powerful individual. In the movie, the clones are treated as nothing more than body parts. On the financier's island, the victims were treated with the same level of cold dehumanization. Their lives meant nothing to the elite because in their eyes, they were less than human. They weren't people. They were just a different solution to the elite's boredom and darkness. While the 2026 files hasn't confirmed,
they want the loosh. So that's the whole technological revolution. We are the product, and we'll be cyborgs in no time. Cybernetics would be wild too, is if what they offer the general public is the cybernetics, while they actually use like advanced biology, so they get the the advanced biology, and then we have to have the cybernetic stuff. I'll go cybernetic if I can get wings. I know I was meant to fly. So put the chip in me. I'll do it for wings. No, please do not. I already don't know where half these thoughts come from. I can't imagine that once you get a chip, you won't know if that thought came from wherever they come from now. Okay, the ether, or which I guarantee that is what they're going to call their their technology to do it, and just like the iCloud or whatever, it'll be some kind of ether reference, and you won't know if that thought, because they can do input. Okay, so with that, when they put the chip in your brain, Elon Musk's company, Neuralink, the new ether will, because right now we don't know where thoughts come from. Okay, it's like the wind. A thought will happen, and or you have no thoughts. Okay, then you get to that point, and then watch out, because then that empty vessel starts resonating with no thoughts in there. Then something can be put in there. No, but that that stillness, that that's where you should exist. Okay, that is existence, and everything else is impeding that. Now, or helping to get you there. That's really what it is. But I don't know what else to hear.
From cloning labs on the island, they do reveal a massive interest in private medical experimentation. The unsealed
Oh, yes. So the ether. So tuning in. Yes, exact. Thank you, Shai. So you won't know if this thought is coming from your own subjective experience or from the chip. And do you really want to live like that? I mean, that seems schizo, right? And if you're having all this external input, and you can't have that turned off. They've already done, Black Mirror episodes of the advertising always going on. And please stop referring to the very near future as it's like a Black Mirror episode. Okay, no, it is something that is occurring. Okay, that reference is slowing down the necessary steps to stop it. But they are pretty good.
Documents detail the financier's obsession with his New Mexico property, the Zorro Ranch, and his plans to seed the human race with his own DNA. This shows
Zorro Ranch, isn't that the Led Zeppelin Zorro? But maybe that's just one R.
a level of private medical ambition rarely seen in the public eye. If a different solution like the one in Infinity Pool or the island were to exist, these are the exact types of isolated, high-security dead zones where that research would be conducted.
Oh, they can plant thoughts without a chip. Yeah, and that, again, another reason why you should just have us play in the background. You can fall asleep to Old Cliff Virgin, because you don't want them to be planting ideas. Okay, we are the Faraday cage of sanity, and yeah, there'll be a couple times. This is a while ago, but where all of a sudden I find myself at a Target getting something, and I'm like, wait, what? How am I at Target? What did I need? I didn't need anything. What? How did I get here? And then I'm like, Wait. Do I need deodorant? Why am I here? Why am I in the in the deodorant section? It's like really, I'm like, and I'm playing with the heart rate thing, getting my blood pressure taken. Anyone else? No? You don't do the blood pressure? Okay. But Target just has a here. Let's just
far away from public oversight. I want to be clear. I'm not necessarily saying this technology is fully operational or sitting in a lab right now. But let's look at the logic. If this type of advanced cloning were to exist, who would be the
look like the way Tony Hinchcliffe smiles? Like
the ones holding the keys? It wouldn't be a public corporation or a government agency subject to oversight. It would.
Okay, so that's a full grown. Okay. Now, I heard some kind of this video with this guy interviewing, and he was in charge of cloning operation, I guess, and he said 2 years it takes. But this was probably 2005, maybe 2010. So how long would it? How long did that take? So this is like 3D printed kind of cloning technique. It's not really incubated growing. This is, coming out of the Promethean soup.
It wouldn't be a public corporation or a government agency subject to oversight. It would be a biological monopoly held strictly by the 1% of the 1%. This is technology that would require billions in black budget funding and absolute secrecy. The kind of
and even more reason to do blackmail operations or some other thing to get people incarcerated. So they create the problem and the solution. Look at old Jamal. He's like, nah, man, I'm not okay with this. He's like, nah, exactly. It's like, hey, no.
Isolation.
Or he's like, how much? Exactly. It's like, wait a second. You mean, I could be getting Jumanji up in here?
And you only find in a dead zone or a private island. The elite untouchables. But the island takes its theoretical monopoly to a much darker level. In the film, they aren't just cloning themselves to escape a prison cell. They are cloning themselves to escape death. They treat these clones as biological spare parts, kept in a controlled environment until a heart, a lung, or a liver is needed for the original. I believe if this technology existed, this is exactly how it would be used. A system to live forever while the rest of the world follows the rules. The elite have always been obsessed with living forever. As we saw in my The Beauty Breakdown, the elite poured billions of dollars into achieving just that.
Yeah, and you just did that new movie. The Beauty movie. And same thing with Jamie Foxx. They cloned Tyrone, okay, and then the next movie he did was The Burial. It's way too on the nose. And this lack of creative titling and no, it's not hidden in allegory or metaphors. it either sounds very autistic, that the people that are coming up with this are autistic, or from another country, and they don't realize all the tropes that they are showing. You know, it's like, okay, and so then you're like, well, why would these actors then do these very obvious tropes? Well, because they might have might be under contract to do a certain amount of films with studio. Now, I don't know if that kind of studio work is very prevalent as it once was in the olden times of the films. They're contractually obligated to a certain studio for a certain amount of movies, and that's why you would see people doing like really weird movies at times, and it's like, well, you had to do that one. So maybe those are just the A-listers now. I don't know if that still exists. But there's no story, there's no character development, there's no mythology. This is all just literal reality TV. And I'm tired of it. That's why people are not going to see films. This kind of stuff is actually far more entertaining. What we do in the Wu way is apparently more engaging. Thank you, folks. I had 45 average for a stream. 45 minutes for an average hangout. Thank you so much. But here we are.
Elites who take enjoyment in mocking the masses. When we look at movies like Infinity Pool and
there it is, mocking, throwing it right in your face, bragging about
it. That's Leonardo DiCaprio just chilling at the Oscars that no one watched, apparently. We were streaming. I didn't know the Oscars were going on, and he was sitting out there, and Conan O'Brien did a little meme with him. And again, we know that Conan O'Brien his name was in the Bohemian Grove list that was leaked recently, and also through the Christmas party that Nick Reiner and Rob Reiner and his wife were at. Bill Hader, that's who I was thinking. So and Bill Hader seemed to be around all that as well. And possibly Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore has a little bit of a connection to it. I think him and Nick hung out often. Perhaps, but there was something with Pauly Shore and Jamie Kennedy's interview that Pauly Shore mentioned. He knows nothing about it. He knows nothing about it, but it seemed like he actually did know something about it. But there is some kind of connection that Pauly Shore has with Nick Reiner, and they might have hung out. They might have been friends or something. But there was something, or he was with someone who was at the scene of the crime afterwards. Something like that.
So, because I keep asking, like, how do you, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, are they doing this movie to show us and so we are aware, or are they doing it to brag about it? You know, you think about Eyes Wide Shut and what happened to him, and then the 24 minutes that is missing from that movie.
Well, and the bragging about it though is the display, you know, Lady Gaga and all the stuff that she does, and you know, Abrimia Novovich or whatever her name is, Bramovich, Balenciaga, all that stuff is they. You know, it's that 1% that is, you know, stepping out in the daylight, be like, yes, that is us. You know, and they, you know, got the crazy looking faces, being smashed up like clavicle, face maxing. I believe they, take, hammer to your cheeks to give them some definition or something. Couldn't imagine that. I mean, that's some crazy body dysmorphia. Now, there was the actor in Modern Family, the boyfriend that would come on occasionally in Modern Family. He's like, yeah, bro, yeah. And he had come back like after one of the summers, one of the seasons that when the television series started to get popular, he came back one year and he looked completely different. And he said that he had gone through body dysmorphia and became very obsessed with his appearance and to make sure that it looked good on film, apparently, or something like that. And it was also right around the time that people were being introduced to like Skyping and, you know, having the Apple screen on them too or something. So it was almost this reaction to this new type of way of communication as well, which they would feature on the show. They would feature, you know, you could, you know, talk to someone digitally like this. And at the time, that was a brand new concept. You're just texting to people and stuff like that. So he got really obsessed, apparently. Or maybe he was replaced. It might have been his double. He maybe he just wanted to get out real quick. He's like, I'll just have my double take over this, and he's like, I'm out of this. But apparently, he said that he had his severe body dysmorphia. Maybe he was hitting himself. I don't know, but now with how social media is and live streaming, okay, you got to revert to like do your own kind of thing or something now. I don't know. But he's apparently clavicle is like hitting his face to get some bone structure.
And it wasn't the way he wanted it to be, but they took him out before he could
let me back it up a little bit so we can. I'm talking all over him. Sorry, he's got some good takes.
You know, you think about Eyes Wide Shut.
Okay, Eyes Wide Shut.
What happened to him, and then the 24 minutes that is missing from that movie.
Okay.
And it wasn't the way he wanted it to be, but they took him out before he could even say anything about it.
And they're also, saying that, the ending of that film is them giving their child away to the cult. They're in the toy store and Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman are there, which they were also married at the time, contractually, because people speculated for a millennia about Tom Cruise and the sugar in his tank. But I don't know what I'm saying.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, but yeah, exactly. So Nicole Kidman was in it as well, and it was also after she had done Val Kilmer's Batman, right? Or maybe that was during the vampire interview with the vampire time, but they might have had, like Tom Cruise marries these people. They're under a contract, probably to bear children, and then he moves on to the next one. Right? I mean, that's what it seems like, right? It seems like a lot of and Nicole Kidman has like insane connections to stuff with her father and grandfather being part of. So I forgot what I'd seen about it all, but she's connected. Okay.
Island, we aren't just looking at entertainment. We are looking at the reenactment of a world they are working so hard to establish. We've seen the dead zones in the 2026 documents, those isolated pockets of the world where the law stops at the front gate. These are the...
So, some movies that I would like to see, besides Street Fighter Vega spinoff, also Casey Jones Ninja Turtles spinoff, seems like it's time for a Brave New World, and what was the other one I was just thinking? Forgot the other one. Something about Lord of the Flies, huh? Let's see them try to do Lord of the Flies now. I can't believe there's a movie about children surviving on their own.
Places where the elite can afford a different solution. In Infinity Pool, that solution was a biological double to take the fall in a courtroom. In the island, it was a clone for spare parts. Whether it is legal immunity or biological immortality, the goal is the same. The elite want to play God. They don't want to live by the same rules that we live by. Think about the cloning technology. If the technology for cloning or...
And I think if they get this this wetware, this plasma technology that's going to help advance their life. They then create the cybernetic technology for the soldiers and all that, and then it would trickle down effect to then the general public, and it would be a way to then control them as well. So yes, you can have these communicative and advanced physical and psychic abilities, but we also can put thoughts in your head, and social media is already doing that. I mean, so it's got to be something crazy. Maybe just shut down your body. So
high-level life extension were to exist, it would never be for us. It would be the ultimate insurance policy for the 1% of the 1%.
And that life extension too, that's also Vanilla Sky. Okay, Tom Cruise, Vanilla Sky, has a mask on, and it was because he was cryogenically frozen or something, and he was having I mean, but don't mean to give out the plot, but it was this sense of life extension kind of stuff. So, and he was and who's the actress in the she was in The Mask.
They don't want to live alongside the rest of humanity. They want to transcend the very rules that govern the rest of us.
Cameron Diaz.
That is exactly why we hear of these circles having no issues doing the unthinkable to innocent souls. They believe their money and status has made them gods, and we are nothing but their servants.
Right.
The 2026 files, from the flight logs to the seating plans at Zorro Ranch, show us a mindset obsessed with legacy and control at a cellular level. It is a dual-track reality. For the public, there are rules, laws, and finite lifespans. For those in those exclusive circles, there is only the infinite pool, a place where the water goes on forever, and the edges of the world simply do not exist. The question we have to ask ourselves is simple. Are we watching cinematic fantasy, or are we watching the manual for how they intend to stay untouchable forever? I want to know what you think. Are these nothing but movies, or are these stories telling us what is coming?
Let's see if
we saw in the movie Ready or Not, where the elite literally sacrifice a new family member to keep an ancient pact alive. If you want to see a breakdown on the movie that completely exposed the elite, watch this video right now. For more content that goes a step...
They sacrifice to... Wow.
So watching this breakdown and with everything that has been coming out, like, that's what I said. I never even heard of this movie, didn't know this movie existed. And then you show that this guy committed a crime, and then these people told him there's another way out because they knew he had money and he could pay for it and basically not get in trouble. And you think about what's going on right now. That's why I said a lot of people calling people, or used to call people, conspiracy theorists. Now you look at it and it's like, yo, a lot of this stuff is adding up.
There
a lot
is.
of it is. You just have to be willing to investigate, do deep dives, or watch videos like...
Or don't. Okay. I mean, be aware, but be aware, okay? Because there can be a bit of paralysis through analysis. No, it is very motivating to know what to fight against. So yeah, wild stuff.
I'm
wild
watching
stuff.
whatever it takes, because these people, I keep saying, they got money that is going to outlive them. That's going to outlive them. So when you think about it, it's like they can do anything, or they feel like they can do anything that they want at any given time. And I feel like they get bored. They get bored. They want a new thrill, new adventure, something challenging, something that goes against so against the grain that it's like all the morals go out the window. And when you're a part of that club, a part of that society, this is normal to them. This is like normal. The more you think about it, the creepier it gets.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I feel like it's happening now. It's still happening somewhere as we speak. Just look at the little comments here.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying with this stuff. You know, we are about, you know, finding the comedy. Okay, not in this stuff, but our channel, we like laughing. And since the Epstein files have dropped, a lot of comedians, a lot of people, everyone's talking about this kind of stuff. And you know, I'm usually not covering, you know, the news and all that. I'll let other people do that, and this is a place to have some fun or get into some conspiracy theories. But they have been quite heavy as of late, and we're seeing that people have been saying things for a while. So people are now seeing them in movies. You know, even Corey Feldman was right. I mean, you know, and you always knew that, yeah, okay, yeah, that there's got to be some kind of abuse happening, you know, but for whatever reason, hearing it from Corey Feldman, just, he makes it sound not true, though. So it's like, how do you do it?
Well, somebody wrote a big paragraph. Someone said
big comments. You gotta watch out for them big comments. Now I've grown to love my big comments, but I used to have to tell you guys, I need at least capitals, because for a while I couldn't see it. Now I got a dual monitor, so I can reply back to you guys. But those long paragraphs.
Diddy being cloned.
Oh, did he be okay? There. Now we were just talking about that. Okay, his double appeared in the, you know, when they were arresting him and all that. He looked different. Jamie Foxx looked different. People say that Dave Chappelle's voice is different. He's bigger. He's got big old muscles. Now, you might not be smoking crack anymore, but can you grow 3 feet while you're at it?
I would say no, only because, like, he is about to be out of jail pretty soon. You know, like I told y'all, he's gonna be out of jail before you know it. But hey,
and what P. Diddy was doing in his parties was collecting cum. Okay? He had the women have sex with the men, and then the women would go in. I know it's graphic. I don't get crude. Okay, I barely cuss unless I'm looking at John Marco. But apparently, he was collecting, and it might have been for this cloning, like I don't know, but that's nasty. I don't, and that's you start thinking of like, what the heck, what is going on, and you're like, oh my god, and then you're like, you just need to stop thinking about that stuff. So here we are.
you never know, right?
Never know.
Someone talked about the movie Get Out. That one was crazy too.
Yep.
But they said the movie Get Out explains there were doubles underground as well. That was Us, the movie Us.
And then the movie that just won the Oscar, with the guy who played in that. Again, I don't know. The Jordan guy, B. Jordan, where there's a bunch of vampires. Now let me guess, were they all white vampires, huh? Was there a black vampire in there? Probably not. They're scared. They're scared of the whites, okay? Because they know that there's a certain type of blood that these blacks have. Yeah, it's the real athletic one that they want. No, I don't know, but they think that we're all vampires, folks. Apparently that's what the movie was about that won all the Oscars. I don't know. But I'm sure it had some kind of weird programming or not programming, but the prediction thing, whatever they call it, where they predictive programming or something. We need another Blade. Okay, now when I say a Blade, I'm not asking for Wesley Snipes to do Blade again. Maybe he can, but I'm not into having the old version of the person. Okay, that movie was good because he was not 55. Okay, he was at his peak. Okay, I thought that's the whole point of creating a star for film, is that you train them so that they're at their peak, and then you capture that moment, and maybe you can then capture magic. But now everything's just a TV show. But please, when you remake Blade, I guess they can't. I mean, maybe that's part of the the deal. I don't know, but apparently you do have to, the IP, you have to, there has to be like a 25% change to it so that you, yeah. But anyways, so we need another Blade movie. Let's get them vampires out of here. Wild stuff. Let's see if we can finish. Does he got? Yeah, you got a couple more.
Someone said watch Replicas starring Keanu Reeves.
And Keanu Reeves too has been in some very interesting movies. You know, he's an angel, or is he a demon, or he you know, simulacra. He's digital. He's kung fu. John Wick. So don't mess with Keanu, apparently. Okay. I mean, if there was ever a Manchurian candidate, I would assume someone who knows gun fu and karate would assume be on the top of the list, right? At least in the middle. What do you know, Keanu? Tell me what you know, Keanu. You know things, Keanu. Now, what if movies like... Now, I don't know the origin of Suicide Squad, okay? But this kind of like rat pack of vigilantes, or maybe they're evil. I don't know. I don't know anything about that movie. But there was another older version of that. Who was in that? Oh my god. Ben Stiller and that dark-haired comedian. What's her name? Anyways, there's always these kind of movies where it's this group of people that have this club that they either fight off bad guys or maybe do organized crime. Even Jim Carrey did the one where he's dressed into some kind of vigilante thing, right? I mean, so maybe that's a thing too, you know, where, you know, Matthew Perry, he's Map Man, according to the last few of his Instagram texts before he died. And maybe this is a bit of the Hollywood death cult that's out there, where they right the wrong. They mask up and do things. You start wondering, Paul Shore, why you keep wearing that bandana around your neck all the time? Are you a bandit? No, he got locked into an old image that he created as a teenager when he became famous. And he was, it's the body man, hey. It's connected. Don't mess with Polly Shore. I mean, anyone who is going to do a movie about Richard Simmons is a straight up psycho. You should just know that moving forward. Now, what happened to Richard Simmons? Didn't he disappear? Okay. These people will, Matthew Perry died, and then all of a sudden, who wanted to play the role of Matthew Perry? So let's just know that, okay? Whoever's trying to play the role of someone who just died, there's a whole ceremony of taking energy, and so you then, if you're then taking on the energy of that person and betraying them, it might be a little too soon, okay? Too soon. That might be too soon. He has been there, okay? So they film him, and allegedly, I don't know. These are things I think about late at night. Even Christian Bale saying, "Don't meet me." Okay, do not. He's like, "Do not meet your heroes." Okay, first of all, Christian Bale. I wouldn't quite say you're a hero status, okay, but carry on. And he's like, don't meet your heroes. He's like, I see the glimmer immediately leave people's eyes when they first, after they see me. Like, at first there's a spark, and then it immediately leaves once they see who I really am. I'm like, what? Damn, dude. I'm like high-fiving people. They're like, clip version. I'm like, hey. Yeah. I'm like, wild. So, who are you really?
I don't know, man. Just seeing that and just the possibility of this being true is extremely scary, man. Appreciate you guys coming over and watching. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe.
There you go. Check his stuff out. That's a good one. And again, we discussed at length
the world was saying. And so I snuck my phone to see what people were saying. I've just been in this hospital, and I couldn't get my mind around it. I had a stroke. All
right. So the
ladies on. I snuck my phone because I didn't know what the outside world was saying. And so I snuck my phone to see what people were saying. All
right. So this is him talking about how after he was gone for a few months back in 2023, people were wondering where he was. There was a writer strike, actor strike. COVID had happened. Maybe even that football player died on the field. People were wondering what happened to Jamie Foxx. Now, what he claims is that Puff Daddy poisoned him. Okay, but at this time, and when now this right here is recent, so he's recalling something that had happened a few years in the past. But the actual video of him talking right after the incident, the thing that he's referring to, that person looks completely different than this person right here. So, and we went into great detail in last night's stream about, with that. They cloned Tyrone. Now, he might have already been, this might have already been the replacement. But for sure, the burial, he looks very strange. But after he did this movie, he then disappeared for about 4 months. And he's about to talk about what he did. And so he's, and let me see if, so it was this video. You guys remember this one? Okay. All right. So he's referring to that.
In this hospital, and I couldn't get my mind around it. I had a stroke. I'm in fucking perfect shape. The clone shit threw me.
Yes.
When they said I was a clone, that made me flip in the hospital. That's it. These motherfuckers are trying to clone me. I didn't have a stroke. So I'm
okay, but he still doesn't mention anything about him being in a, well, maybe he does later on, but okay.
I'm sitting in the hospital bed like these bitch ass, and then I saw me walk into my room. But I'm white, so I see the white me.
But he had a Caesar too, just
like all that, the white me.
Okay, gotcha.
And I'm like, and I'm trying to get their attention, and no one said anything. And I'm like, that's it. They trying to clone me. This motherfucker is all the thing. And so the next morning, I was out of my bed. I was standing there like Chris Pratt in Jurassic Park. I was like,
don't know that reference. What's the Chris Pratt in Jurassic Park? I don't know, but what I can see clearly is a line around your neck, boy. That's a masked neck if I've ever seen one. I've seen them all. And this is why they wear high collars. Okay, they want to cover the seam. So, and everyone's saying, even Cat Williams is saying, I don't know who this motherfucker is, but he ain't no Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx ain't have no freckles. He ain't no Jamie Foxx. That is a cologne motherfucker. And again, where are his crow feet? And last night's stream, you'll see that that when he was talking, it would kind of bend and kind of have an elastic kind of thing, but then it would bounce back immediately. But then there would also be this kind of pulling, this tugging in the eye region on the other side here. So when he would kind of make this weird kind of weird look, you know, it wouldn't give him. It actually made a weird pull on the eyes.
What the fuck? And Dave was like, what's up, Fox? I said, what's up, Fox? I said, I know what's up. You trying to clone me, motherfucker. I saw the white clone. And I know why you're trying to clone me. And make me white, because I'll sell better overseas.
Look at that. So because I'll sell better overseas. So he's trying to fill in the narrative, and you know, I know it's because of this. Oh yeah, it's definitely not because of you know, whatever you might think. I have several that I think about at the same time. But he's trying to tell me that I need to think of it because they want him white and overseas. Now, I think he's saying this whole white thing because it wasn't a white person. It was a lighter skinned person, which is the original Jamie Foxx. This one, and he just looked a little bit lighter in the light. And then that's the new one. So he's addressing it. Cameron Diaz looks like she's wearing a mask. Who's that? Kendrick Lamar in there? I believe Kendrick Lamar is Cameron Diaz. Allegedly.
I understood the context. so they had to call like my
Psychiatrist.
I had a psychiatrist on board, and I'm sitting in this motherfucker.
You read your
So they had to tell him what a psychiatrist. Now, if he had a stroke and he's not fully cognizant, then sure, maybe. Or maybe just saying that he had a stroke is a great cover for his lack of recall. Because most of his interviews are very generic in his way of describing his set experience, his time on set. And it's not even a way of like deflection like Joaquin Phoenix does. He's like, I don't want to talk about that. It's more of a trying to recall information that was given to him, like a test. He's like reciting it. The recall is more recite than reliving it. So
I'm thinking I'm a clone.
Yes.
And when the psychiatrist says, "Are you all right?" and I said,
so you had to tell him what a psychiatrist was. I can barely even say it, so maybe I'm already cloned. No, I'm just very low IQ, folks. I'm one of those. I'm the single digits. But Cat Williams just that ain't no Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx ain't got no freckles, okay? So he's got no crow feet. Nothing. Brand new hairline. And the eyes of a Oriental woman. Look at that. You kidding me?
"Am I all right or am I all white?"
Look at it. He's trying to. Oh, look how cringe he is. Oh my God. He's like, he has his hand on someone. The one who had to tell him what, the psychiatrist. Okay, this is his handler. Okay, he has his hand on his handler. And Jamie Foxx knows how to control a room. Okay, he knows how to entertain. He's been in Living Color. He's done all the different character work. He's done music with Kanye West. Okay, this man who is speaking here speaks with no authority, with no first-hand experience. It's not relived recall, it's reciting recall. And he's not funny. Sorry. Doesn't seem like it's Jamie Foxx to me.
I saw what happened yesterday. I saw a motherfucker, you trying to get the white motherfucking Jamie Foxx and it ain't gonna happen. So he just calmly goes, I think we're gonna lower your dosage. I snuck.
Please increase mine. Increase mine. So that's him telling the story of him, addressing the nation after being gone for so long. People accusing him. People are concerned that he might have been taken and then replaced. Now, this was before the Puff Daddy allegations, and he was part of the parties and filming, and there was definitely those connections. But maybe he was working on the inside to get some information. Okay. And this is the clone or the body double that will take the rap if something happens. Then once he's in jail, he takes the suit off, and then they just walk him out. Epstein had a minute out of their video. Surveillance video, a minute was taken out. It only takes a minute to walk out a door.
Snuck my phone because I didn't know what the outside.
So there you are. He's addressing it. And people are speculating. So thanks for joining, Truth. We were just watching Kurt Metzger interview. Anytime that Kurt Metzger puts something out, we do a live reaction and do a little bit of commentary, and then we take a look at other comedians and podcasts. Have a lot of fun. See if I can get back to my page here. But there you have it, folks. That was a little bit of Kurt Metzger. And we got to talk a little bit about cloning technology, the island, infinity pool, and a lot of wild things have been revealed, and we got a lot more in store. So please like and subscribe. Join us. We go on most evenings, do a long form comedy. Live stream. it's all discovery here, folks. We're watching things for the first time, and firsthand experience here, and a lot of times the things that we discover, it's just a whole lot more funny than what they're trying to, the slop that they're trying to give us. So we like the source material. We got a lot more, so please join us. Join us again, and we'll take a look at some other, maybe get into some more comedy. We've done quite a bit of the heavy stuff. I gotta laugh again, folks. I gotta laugh. But I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. We'll do it again. All the times we've had. We saw that live right there. Can't believe it. How does he get to do that, and I get hit with nudity for a picture? He has his shirt off. Mine was art. Look at that gooner. Oh my god. There he is, folks. What a time. What a time. Oh, man. These are the moments. Life is in the moment. Just everyday people. Man, come on. Oh, man. Sometimes that song just makes me want to keep going. I might need to find some comedy. See if we can laugh a bit here. Going through the Epstein stuff and all it's just so heavy. I mean, we got we should probably save it for next time here. When he was sagging on Jamie Kennedy, and again, dude, Jamie Kennedy is like, he's interviewing a lot of people now. You know, he's got Jack Osborne, and they're gonna share some Hollywood truth. I even had Red Bar in there. I think it was topical. And I think it might have something to do with Legion of Skanks or something. Dave Smith leaving right conveniently right when Shabbat the Goy came out. Little simulation there. We are not David Icke people, but there was a little simulation theory that we liked, or like to think about. People don't like the simulation. Yeah. Let's just watch a little Jimmy Kennedy face smashing real quick, folks. Okay, this is his solo show. Okay. Solo show. He just changed his studio. Just looks like I've been at a studio change myself with this. Forgot I was on this side. Let me go back to this side here. Oh, maybe that's better. The time stamp is always on my chest. But Jamie Kennedy can't seem to keep his hands to himself. Okay, he's got to be touching his face all the time. So let's just look at how long it takes here.
The Love movie with Ashton Kutcher. Dude, Where's My Car? He would read for all this stuff, and one would be made.
Okay, so we got one there.
Like Disney proper, another one Hollywood Pictures, Touchstones Pictures, Enemy of the State, Buena Vista Pictures. Like Disney had like 5 studios plus animation plus Pixar. Like it's like 7 studios.
Oh, now I just touched mine. Oh, let's see what we got here. Okay, he is
5 studios plus animation plus Pixar. Like it's like 7 studios. Now it's all.
Now, why? Why? Why is this necessary? Why? I mean, you know that when you do this sort of thing, you're going to have to go in the slideshow. That's insane.
Under one, Disney. And each studio they would do 12.
Okay, there goes the twisting now. Okay, we're gonna get some. Okay, just take a look. Oh, and it doesn't take long to see the effects of Jamie Kennedy's set habits. I'm scrolling through real quick. Yeah, there he is. And just moments ago.
5 studios plus animation plus Pixar. Like it's like 7 studios. Now it's all.
Okay. So this guy is part of Reawakening Hollywood. He is going to be interviewing the Hollywood elite, folks. You sure about that? You sure about that? Please, Michael Biehn, remove that carrot from thine face. Because this whole thing is a result of Michael Biehn saying but not saying that he might consider Jamie Kennedy to have some of his trickle down, sloppy second interviews from this Netflix executive while the actors are being promoted through his podcast. It's like he just came up with it. It's like, oh no, it'd be great. I mean, you guys are doing shows. The actors on the shows could come onto my podcast and advertise for the movie, for the shows on Netflix. It would be this whole thing. Like, yes, we know that concept. Yes. So Michael Bihn's like spending the money before he gets it, calling in all the favors, and then in his manic, state, he's like, yeah, I can get you in on this too, yeah, because he's starting businesses. I'll get you in on this, and yeah, maybe you can have a couple of my hand-me-downs. Just as long as you gotta get cleaned up, man. Cut your hair, shave the thing off. You need to be clean cut. Shave. And he was literally grooming Jamie Kennedy, Michael Biehn from Tombstone, the Doc Holliday guy or whoever he was. The other one. Literally grooming Jamie Kennedy, and was also then making very inappropriate and quite aggressive advances to him. So please take a look at our coverage of Jamie Kennedy and Michael Biehn. I believe it's a two-parter. But here he is. The tour de force. The one to save Hollywood from itself. Come on. Oh my God. And you can't even come up with anything original because Ben Avery has done that already. That's great.
Under one, Disney. And each studio they would do 12, 15 movies a year.
Oh, there's Tug.
Now Disney's going to do what? 5, 6 big, humongous, proper movies. That's it. So you're like, where's the acting? Well, it's called hump films, George.
All right. So this is comedy, folks. This is comedy, huh? So this is Jamie Kennedy. There you go. Now, he's in a new house. Okay, this is his content house. And he has another house. But this one is only for content. And he wants to do basically like a fish tank, real world kind of thing where you can watch Jamie Kennedy in his content house. Now, Pauly Shore had done something like that real early on, and people didn't quite know what to think of it. People don't know what to think of Pauly Shore. No, actually, we all know what to think of Pauly Shore. He's very connected, so we must think that he's funny. No, I don't know enough about Pauly Shore to even have a bad opinion about him. He's just not my cup of tea. But here's Jamie Kennedy. In his content house.
It's called Only Farts. Or you're doing shorts, or you're doing more stand-up, or you're just fucking saying, I made enough money, I'm gonna chill, or you're smoking crack in the street. Right now, I have enough money
Oh,
to probably pay this house off for 10 years. That's pretty good. But maybe not. We'll have to see what the tax bill is. But after that, oh, heck yeah. Who knows?
so now he's getting into this, his he's starting to fantasize and doing all this simulating. He's in full simulation theory. And it's a theory because it's never gonna happen.
Always have, always will. So, where are we at?
So he's doing hard edits now too because of all the face smashing. Now, he used to be way closer to the screen. His hands used to be just right in the camera. So he's much further away now. And he still can't keep his hands to himself. But there you are. That's a little Jamie Kennedy. I don't think I could watch a full solo episode, but he does. I do enjoy his interviews. So he is doing Jack Osborne, and we'll take a look at that. Along with, we'll spend the night with Club Random.
We go home. We're here. We're queer. We're drunk. We got all the weed.
Slow down.
The chicks are here. They need to make a living. They need to make a living.
Hell no.
You know you'd want to stay.
Fuck no.
Everybody.
We been gone. But the queer, what's that mean?
Yeah. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Had a blast. Please join us again as we go live whenever Kurt Metzger does a new derp, and when he doesn't, we cover other comedians and we go hard on the paint and conspiracy theories. It's a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out. We'll do it again.